I don't know what's wrong.
Are you playing the intro again?
Yeah, I switched to tabs and it set us back.
I'll give you 2 thumbs up.
You want to just let him know that the screen might go weird for a second? Just say it's going to be boring for a minute while I unplug one of my cameras. You're getting audio? Oh, okay. Yeah. Hi everybody, if you can hear me. I don't know why it's suddenly working, but I think we'll just go with it. Ah.
I can hear both going at the same time.
Okay, alright, cool. You want to close that door again for me, honey? Thank you.
Easy.
I'm just working out which button I push to re-push it. Can we hear you? Can we hear? We hear you, but it's repeating everything that you say. Oh, I know why that might be. That's muted. Alright. I'm just going to give everything a chance to settle. Because that freaked me out a little bit. Sorry for the false start. I'm repeating everything that I say. Hello to anybody who hasn't seen. Auditory loop. That's so weird. Alright, so what I'm seeing from the chat and hearing from Mr. Bones is that the audio loop isn't happening for everybody. So, Nikki, you want to try just refreshing your stream and seeing if that fixes it for whatever. Make sure that we're not opening a couple of windows. I know that sounds pretty basic stuff, but anyway. Hi everybody, I'm just going to get started. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the intro video, even if we did have a few problems with actually getting logged in today. I set that up last night and I'm really pleased with it, so it'll get longer. Not longer, but like there'll be more in there every time as we add to the list. So as I was clicking around then, I probably spoiled a few of the things, but the first thing that we always do at the start of these streams is we review the ones that we made last week, because I never sew them together on stream because that just takes so long. Awesome, good to see here that no one else seems to be having the looping issue, because there's nothing more annoying than the looping issue. Oh, Ashley, I'm so glad you liked the intro. Hello to the Philippines. Hello to the USA. We're here on a Sunday. Sorry, I have to remember to repeat what I said before you could hear me. We're here on a Sunday this week, so there's a little bit more chaos in my building. You might hear some like sirens and children and life happening around me, whereas Monday is normally a little bit quieter. But I've done this in an attempt to try and capture some of my US audience. So, hello, hello, hello. Hi Sam! 6 AM is such a brutal time to try and watch a stream, but you're very welcome here anyway. Anyway, let's move right along here. So I'm going to swap to our top-down view for a second. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to show you how last week's Pokemon ended up. So first up we had Tentacool, and I believe we named him Dwayne the Squid Johnson because of his facial expression. So all sewn together and as sassy as ever. We did take a vote and decided not to add the second eyebrow, so this is where we ended up. Then we had Shelda, who I think we named Cooper. Correct me if I'm wrong. There we go. So like I think they also ended up super cute as well. Really pleased with this one here. I didn't end up, if anyone was here last week, I didn't end up removing a row. That was exactly the same size as it was then. And finally we had Staryu, who Mr. Bones and I have been referring to as Beetlejuice, which is a star system. But I don't know if we actually ever took a vote on naming this little fella. So they're the three that we managed to get done last week. It was a very efficient stream. So they will be here supervising today. So if we swap back to our Pokédex screen, I've already shown this, but we update the Pokédex. So this is where we're currently at. Ta-da! I think we've made 28 so far of Gen 1. 71, I think it is, overall. Right. I'm like a human 3D printer. Well, that's exactly how I think about crochet and crochet designing as well, because both require, like, both are objects like built up in layers, and so like, yeah, we are 3D printing. That's what it is. Hello to New Zealand. Hello to Scotland. Oh, we've got an interesting cross section of places this time. Alrighty. Oh, hello to Brazil. Okay, so today, you'll note that I haven't brought the choices up on screen yet, and that is because I'm relatively confident as soon as I show them, I think I know who you guys are going to pick. But let's just see if I'm right or not. So let's just turn off our Pokédex and reveal the choices for today. There we go. And I am going to set up a little poll. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Well, now we can only have 4 options in the poll, and I know that there are 5 on the screen. That's because we tend to do more than one per stream. And there we go. The poll should have started. There it is. Okay, so you guys have a vote. Tell me who you want us to make first today. We will, depending on who you pick, we may only have time for 2, and I think you all know what I'm talking about, but like, let's preserve some of the mystery, shall we? As you can see, today I was feeling brave. Yeah. So we'll let that run for a moment. Now, I did spoil something in Discord earlier today. Oh, are we getting questions about the Nidoran? She's so cute. She's just a little bunny. And yeah, I think I was fighting Bugsy at the time. It was kind of like a really inconvenient evolution, but super cute. I don't remember if Chaos was... Oh no, female. That makes sense. So I have her out on the desk today to keep me company. So something to get spoiled in the Discord, and that is a couple of streams ago we were discussing candy, and we talked about candy for like an hour, and I was talking specifically about a kind of jelly bean I hadn't seen in a really long time. So we managed to find them, and oh my goodness, they were pretty much $15 a bag. $15, not a big bag. Here they are on stream. These are the, not Stardew Valley, they are Starburst jelly beans. And I've got them, and they're here on stream with me today, so I can try and claim them as a tax deduction, as a stream snack. Which is kind of an interesting play, because I don't know about you guys, but sugar kind of makes me super anxious and then super sleepy. So it's just a really interesting move to make. Righty. Oh my. The poll is not going how I thought it would going. It looks like It looks like number 3 is currently in the lead at the... Oh, no. Looks like 3 and 4 are at war at about 1/3 of the votes each. So... Whew. Guys, there will be a second vote. So I'm going to give it another couple of minutes, and then I'm just going to close it off. And whoever's in the lead at that moment in time, that's who we're making. Let's see. What's worse, Flygon or Rayquaza? Well, in terms of crochet, I've already made a Flygon. It wasn't that hard. Well, I say that casually as though it didn't take me like 12 hours to make. Rayquaza is one I'm going to put off for as long as possible. All right, I'm just going to not look at who's in the lead so I don't like skew the results, but I'm going to close it down in a few seconds my time, which is, you won't know for 30 seconds, so I guess it's moot. All right, we are going to close it off right now. It looks like number 4 was the winner with 38% of the vote, and number 3 was a very close second on 34% of the vote. So that's, keep in mind, anyone who wants number 3, there will probably be another vote nearer the end of the stream. But let's reveal for anybody who isn't in on the joke what number 4 is. So I do like sneaking chunks out. It is an evolution of an existing Pokemon who is conveniently on my desk today. And it is, of course, not revealing number 2. It is Charizard, because, I don't know, I was feeling some type of way this morning and I just felt strong and brave and capable. So I thought, why not tackle that? So we're going to be making Charizard first today. Hooray for us all. Okay. I do not have a P.O. box. Though I thank you for the offer. I really do not need any more Starburst jelly beans. Though I have been snacking. Yellow is the best flavour. Like, yellow Starburst are just the best flavour. Oh, this is a new challenge. Eating and talking on stream without being revolting about it. Okay, let's swap our screens. There we go. And turn on the Izzard. Charizard. Okay, I'm suddenly feeling a little less strong and brave and capable. But we'll see how we go. So I have my Charmander here, and Charmander was a chunky fella. So Charizard is also going to turn out as a chunky fellow. So lots of sketching. Gonna get the pieces sorted. I don't want him to end up huge. I don't want him to take up the whole stream. So he's probably going to end up pretty similar in size to our Charmander, but that's just how things go. Yeah, Sam, I was prepared, but I was prepared for multiple outcomes here. Just like always prepared. It's because I don't like, once I get started, I don't like stopping. So, okay, Fluent in Fangirl saying that they see my yellow propaganda and raise the pink Starburst. Is pink cherry or strawberry for you? Because I think the flavors might be a little different here. All right, I actually have some reference images here that I'm just going to pull up as well, because he's just got one of those heads that requires multiple angles to it. We don't want him too big and we don't want him too small because we want to capture the very dragony aspect. We're gonna keep calling him dragon. I know that he's not dragon type. I look at that and I'm just going to be describing literally what I see, which is dragon. He's not gonna be big. He's not gonna be big. We're gonna make him little and tubby and cute. And he's got a little belly patch and he's got a little swooshy tail. One thing I did do in preparation for today is I looked up how I made the tail flame for Charmander, so I can at least make that the same way, kind of like I did with I think it was Typhlosion and Cyndaquil. They made their fire the same way so that they looked like they were from the same family. A little flame on the tail there, and he's got quite big chunky boy legs, this guy. And again with the toenails that are a different colour, which just means colour changes for me. And he's going to be resting back on his haunches because then I don't have to worry about the biped issue of him toppling forward or back. Okay, so we have confirmation that pink, excuse me, is strawberry in the States. Let me just dig in the jelly beans for a second here, because here, I think that one's the strawberry and that's the cherry. So we'll see while I finish drawing. Yeah, we were so excited to spot them on the shelf in like this little import candy store. So grabbed them, knocked a bunch of other stuff off the shelf by accident, got some sass from the lady who had stacked the shelves in the first place. It was an accident. And was up at the counter. They didn't have prices on anything, which I think was the trap. But in any case, like, we got them. They will not be an everyday sort of treat. But I thought it might be fun. A little plot point. And an excuse to taste something that I used to just genuinely love, you know? Yes, that's true. In X, I think he does gain a dragon type when he's like, isn't that like the black with blue flames? Oh, he's got so many like little prongs and spokes and stuff. Those wings are going to be way smoother than he thinks they're going to be. Then you can have the goofus eyes, because that's how we do. And okay. Well, we've done a little sketch. Let's give him the outline treatment just to get the ball rolling properly. You'll note that I've already kind of changed his proportions a little bit to make his head slightly larger, his neck slightly shorter, just everything a little bit chunkier, because that makes it a lot easier to crochet. I understand that I'm at the limitations of how small my yarn can get, and I do not want him to be huge. This will not be our next Metapod. In fact, the live streams in general so far have been very good at keeping me disciplined about how big or small they get. But it's not going to take much for this to go horribly wrong. I've put his fire tail in front of his wing. I don't think that's technically correct, but it'll be sticking out the back anyway. We're just drawing on an angle to get all the bits in the picture, you know? His mouth will be closed. There we go. And he got some claws. Oh. I am not doing him justice in this drawing very well, am I? Oh, that's okay. That's alright. We're doing just fine. I do need a new marker, but this one here will get me through today, I think. I'm glad you guys picked him first, because if you picked him second, that would have made for a really painful end to the stream, I think. But first, I'm still feeling all fresh. Don't make him chunky, it's not the same. Doxymum forever, I am gonna do my best to make him representative. But it's just like certain things have to be adapted when crocheting, they just have to be. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we got the back of his neck won't be that chunky, hopefully. Hopefully. A little bit more smooth. So like, I'm not super happy with this drawing, I'll admit. I'm going to try and fix up some of the stuff I'm not happy with during the part breakdown. So with luck, I'll be able to make the head, neck, and body all one piece. The tail might even be able to extend off it. However, I'm not afraid to make a potato and then stick a tail on, stick a neck on, stick a head onto that either. So it's like, yeah. But a tooth showing slowly, sure. Making a Charizard's not really... Oh, I missed something in chat, but that's fine. I'm sorry, guys. I feel like he needs a narrower muzzle. Sir, if you would mind holding still for me. He's not moving. I'm moving. He's not moving. So, okay, so that's kind of like the head shape, right? I don't know why I drew it on an oblique angle. Again, that's not helpful. What's his profile like? I feel like that's... I'm so sorry, my voice is going a bit funny today. Okay, so I think that's a little closer to what his neck is like. And we'll give him a proper square Henry Cavill jaw. And the eye will be inserted into the head, but we will de-derpify him afterwards. So that's going to be his head, which may or may not continue into the neck. Well, as I said, we'll see. The neck is not going to be super long. He's such a potato boy. Have you seen the sprites of this guy? He's such a potato. Okay, so we'll potato-fy him. And again, may or may not extend out into a tail. If anything, the tail is one of the bits that's going to get stumpified. Just because scale, balance, all that stuff. Oh, that's so nice to see, Chamich. I love that you used my, sorry, they say that they use their my Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur videos to make stuffies for their 1-year-old son, and I love that. And that's great. Okay, so that's kind of a rough plan for head, body, tail. Then arms have kind of like a round shoulder, which we'll do our best to include. Little spaghetti noodle. And then 3 little claws, and we have various tricks at various scales for those claws, whether they're picots, treble crochets, or nubs, but they're more likely to be on the picot end of the scale. Then we also need like a belly patch. Does that extend down the tail? It does seem to, so that belly patch needs to be more of a tadpole shape. May even do that as 2 pieces, depending. So that's like the belly that sits like here and here. We need a little fire, which we'll do 2-toned because we're not animals. Hydrate, thank you, Nikki. We will be remembering to do that today. We need some legs, and he does not skip leg day, judging from these. So they're kind of bulbousy and then just like very chunky paddle feet with different coloured toenails. Like so. And then we've got his wings, which we will be doing. We'll just turn the page for the next one. I'm going to have to like smooth out some of those curves he's got going on for the wings. But not all of them. We'll still be able to give him a little bit of a yeah. And he doesn't have veins going down them in an alternate colour. He's just got the one tone and then the thing going over over the top. Yeah, I'm seeing the Pikachu chat starting again. I'll talk about that in a minute if I remember. Okay, so that is all of our pieces. There's a great many of them today. I'm just going to like rearrange my desk here a little bit to make it a little more convenient. So you'll be able to see the corner of my notes. Anyone who can copy based on that, go right ahead. They will be unintelligible at best. So we have a pale yellow, a vibrant orange, even though it looks a little dusty. I love how accurate the colours look on this camera. There we go. And I think we also need a strong yellow for his fire. And maybe I'll dig out a little bit of red for his tail flame as well when we get there. And he has like a blue-green inside his wings. Like I'm looking at a couple of different pictures here and it's shown as a couple of different colours. It's almost more navy than this. I don't know. I'm leaning towards this colour because that's like kind of how I remember the colour being, which tends to sometimes be a little bit more accurate than what I'm actually looking at. Oh my goodness, good luck. Congratulations, Fluent in Fangirl 12 has just found a shiny Drowsy. And I wish I could claim that when you're watching my streams you'll find more shinies. But nope, that's not my claim to make. But that's very exciting. So I think I'm going to start with the head. Because once the head is nailed, the rest of the pieces can kind of be a little bit boring, I think. So it means we're starting in our orange. I have some eyeballs here somewhere. It's my little baggie of eyeballs. And we're going to get going. Okay, all right. I'm feeling good. Are you guys feeling good? So, while I get started here, I will tell you about Pikachu. It's not that long or interesting of a story, but back when I first made Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander, I made the starters, so to speak. And Mr. Bones has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder about whether or not Pikachu counts as a starter or not. And at the time, he made me promise not to make one in the context of making all of the starters. So I don't think it applies anymore now that I'm making all of them. But I will have to renegotiate those terms with him. Now, is Shiny Drowsy green? Is he one of the green shinies? I feel like some of the best shinies are the ones that turn like vivid greens and purples. Do I have a hook in here? Am I prepared for everything but with a hook? Hook, hook. That's incredible! Second drowsy! Oh, that means that you can have a hypno and a drowsy. Alright, I'm just starting with a basic magic ring of 6, and there's gonna be a lot of more free form rather than math in this particular pattern, just as I like work my way forward carefully and slowly. Alright, and we do want him to have kind of a squarishness to him, so I'm starting with 6, right? You see that tiny little bit of the screen? That's where I'm doing my working out. And I'm going to expand my corners in like a square way. So we'll do 4 increases to form a square instead of 6 to keep it circular. Should get us to 10. Have I fixed the colours on the work in progress camera? They're pretty good. They're 2 different cameras, and so they have 2 different like forms of settings. So we are doing our best. To be perfectly frank with you, I don't know why the microphone wasn't working at first, and I don't know if it'll happen again. I didn't change anything, it just started working. So yeah, we're doing our best. What is a drowsy? A drowsy is like a taper, a bright yellow taper on its hind legs that wants to hypnotize you, and probably not for the best, probably doesn't have the best intentions. But they're kind of cute. I think they're kind of cute. I always liked him. 8, 9, 10. I think that we have the end of our Charizard's nose. Yeah. Sorry. Charmander is here supervising the proceedings. Check out Rachel's comment. Half of Snom, but he's not a friend anymore. Rachel, you watch Zen Games too? Oh, that made me laugh so much. Yeah, I encountered their stuff on TikTok, and since then I've been watching it, and God, it's so funny. Blue needs to be a bit more teal. Okay, noted. So I will pop this to one side for a moment and we will renegotiate the wing colour when we get to that point. That's an increase. That's just, I think I only worked 3, but I need to pay slightly more attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. So now I'm going to do a couple of rounds of single crochet to get a snoot going. Oh, exactly. Sorry, Rachel and I are having a moment now. I binged their stuff like last week, I think, and Snom, but he's not afraid anymore. How is that not already a meme everywhere on the internet? Okay, so making a snout. We have the shape established, we have the size established. So now we're just establishing how long his nose is. And some of these angles make it seem quite long and some of these angles do not. So I'm going to just start with maybe 2 rows. But we might end up frogging one to start building in like the sloop, the upper sloop of the face. There we go. So that's 1 row around. The show we're talking about, Nikki, is, I think the channel is Zane Games. He does these like Pokemon quizzes, but the answers are never what you expect, and they're very pun-filled, they're all based on Pokemon, and they tickle me. They're very funny. No, it's the perfect color if you look at the camera facing her. Yeah, don't let the slight pink nature of me to be telling you that the colours are wrong. We're just having a pink day today. Okay, so that's 2 rows. I think we're going to have to go... No, I think that's good. I don't think we want to go any bigger than that. But we are going to be building up this bit of the head. See how it slopes upwards? So we're currently here. For anybody trying to play along. Will I pick the next pattern of mine to make? Angela, present me with 2 or 3 options, and if I see them come up, I'll pick which one you should make. I can't think of any off the top of my head right now. So I'm going to go around first, and then we'll build up the top, because I just feel like that's going to make it slightly easier on me here. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to get us to there. And 6, and then 1. Okay, that's going to work nicely. So we're going to do 6 single crochet and then 3 increases and then just a regular single crochet on the other side. Just I like to leave myself a little bit of a buffer between the start and end of the rows. And that will get us up to 13 stitches, which is not a nice number to be stuck on, but will potentially become 12, depending on how much I like the slope that we make. I am always using a 3.5mm hook, that is correct. In fact, potentially since the very start of the channel. I haven't checked this recently, but I'm pretty sure I've been using this hook since the beginning. It's just slowly changed color over time. That's 6. And now I'm going to put my increases in and see if I like the angle they form. So we're starting with 3, but I think that 3 might be a little abrupt. It's hard to tell at the scale we're working on, but it might potentially become an increase, a single crochet, and an increase instead of 3 increases in a row. Because we must never be afraid to frog. Oh. He cute though. Sorry, someone was talking about the Shelder sketch. I've been keeping all these sketches too, so at some point they might all appear in the same spot. We'll have to do a sketchbook flick through when it's not full of spoilers, because my goodness, last week's video never quite made it out, and so I've had to like hide all of the spoilers. Whereas normally I'd be showing off the creation here because, oh my goodness, well, I don't think I nailed it. He's so very cute. Okay, so the choices are giraffe, burb, Bulbasaur, Eevee, Loki Croc, or leopard gecko. Burb. I feel like burb is definitely the answer. All right, I actually like the angle that we've made. It's good. We are going well, and now we're going to do at least 1 more row of single crochet. Got to keep this one ticking along if there's even a hope of a second vote today. So I'll just keep chugging. Oh, I'm glad that you like the sketches. I enjoy it because it just helps get my mind in the right spot. Like if I just picked up a hook and tried to go from there, that has never been successful for me. Even if all I did was draw like the portrait, something about drawing it has me already like mentally breaking down the shapes into what they should be, because you break them down into shapes to draw them in the first place. So it's just a really helpful part of my process, I found. Oh, the orange is getting all stuck on something. It's going on the floor. I don't know if any of you find that, but sometimes the floor is the best place. My floor is covered with little yarn offcuts though. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Could probably stand a vacuum. Yeah, exactly. It's called frogging because you rip it. Oh, what colour? Could do the little peach face lovebird. Peach face, green body. There we go. Ever have one of those moments where you're a professional crocheter in front of people on stream? Well, maybe not that bit, but like you forget how to single crochet all of a sudden. I'll get it in a second, hold on. Just, my hands know what they're doing. Okay, All right, we're back. I'm sorry about that. Just like, please hold for technical difficulties. Well, it's just like the floor gives you enough height to like loop around. Ooh, tanuki could be cute. Those are like the Japanese raccoon dogs, yeah? So they're kind of a little bit bulkier than a regular raccoon. That said, I haven't actually ever made a raccoon either. Yeah, it's, sorry, as Mr. Bone says, it's called frogging because you ribbit. Or rip it. Yeah. I believe that was 2 rows of 13 single crochet around because, of course, put it down to leave it to Charizard to be an obtuse number. Oh, it's going to be one of those ones where I find it really hard to track which side's the top, so let's just stick something in here now. Kind of looks like a tiny pony upside down. But up the right way, no, we've got an elegant draconian, not dragonish, draconian snoot forming. I have made red pandas, that is true. In fact, I believe I've seen people adapt both the red pandas and my fox pattern into raccoon patterns before. But it's just like, I personally haven't made one. I'd like to make one like small and like puffy and curled up. Hi Akiza! Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, brain.exe stopped working. That's yeah, basically it. Okay, so now we are here. Started from the nose and now we're here. I think we might need to even go around again. Definitely need another bobby pin anyway. Alright, let's try and like visualize the shape. I think the jaw needs to be at least 1 row further back, so that's important, but I might even need to like grow it outwards in order to have enough stitches to put a jaw in to begin with. Yeah. Alright, sorry guys, bear with me while I do some thinky think. That's just what's going to happen with these hard, more complex ones. This isn't... We've had plenty of like low techie patterns, and this is definitely more of one of the like high techie patterns. Let's see, so 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there and there. We'll move them down 1, 2, 3. How is it still 3 if I've moved it down 1? 1, 2. What I'm currently trying to work out, I'll try and talk you through it. What I'm currently trying to work out is where I can put an increase to represent each of the jaw bones, because I'll put an increase there and then I'll do a single crochet 3 together to pull it in tighter, but I don't want to lose too much of the width when I do that. So I'm trying to like give it a little bit of, I'm trying to like add a little bit and then I'll take away slightly more, just which should give us an element of sculpting there on that jawline. So that's what's happening. And I think I'm going to go single crochet increase, 3 single crochet increase, and then back to the start. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we're going to go 7 to the end, which will bring us up to 15, which is a much nicer number to work with, but we're going to mess that up before too long. Haha. Yeah. So, increase. And I'm going to stop at the end of this row and just make sure that those increases are happening where I expect them to be happening. It's like, this isn't a race. It's just, it's way better to sort out if your shape is working as soon as you've done a row than to get 15 rows further in and realize, oh my goodness, that's crooked. Honestly, if you get 15 rows further in and you realize it's crooked, we call that personality and we just keep going. Yeah, trash goblins, exactly. I'm loving the raccoon love in the chat. I love them, but I believe that they are a bit more of a pest than they appear in social media. I think that raccoons have really good PR. Okay, so there's one increase, there's the other. I think that's good. I think we're doing pretty good so far. Yeah, yeah, I like that. All right, so we're at the point where we might want to add the horns in this row, but they'll be at the end of the row. So that's notable. We'll be building those in. And I'll try a couple of things when we get around to there. We're gonna need a diagram. So we got 15 stitches around, yeah? And we're going this way. And I want one horn to probably fall in the last stitch of that round, and then 3 across the head, and then so 3 there, and then another one. So that's where the 2 horns are we're gonna start putting the 2 horns there. Which does make this crooked if I do it that way, but there is slope to account for. The raccoons can't pull one over on me, possums are better. Okay, all right, we've got I feel like possum versus raccoon rhetoric happening in the chat. Have I ever seen a shaved raccoon? I honestly can say I have not. I've never actually seen a raccoon. They are American kangaroos. Okay. Hi Aubrey, have fun making Charmander. Sorry, my brain needs just to like decompress from the tension I'm putting it under. So we're just going to talk in chat for a second. Have I heard about Toronto, Ontario, Canada raccoons? Seriously? No? Okay, I will Google that later. Hydrate friend, yep, thank you. I love how invested y'all are in my hydration, because I mean hydrate or dihydrate, that is the rules. Okay, sorry, I'm going to focus. I'm going to stop reading away, and we're going to focus and get this done. So that's 5 of our stitches done, which means we have 10 remaining here in our round. Now, I know that we had an increase here. There's 1 stitch there, and then it was an increase, and then there was 3, and then there was the other increase. Sometimes it just helps to draw it out a little bit. And based on that, there would then be 2 stitches left here, and that's what I mean when I say it's going to be crooked, because there's only 1 on one side and 2 on the other. So maybe I try changing that one to a 4, see if we like it. It's like it can go either way here. So we're going to single crochet 3 together there. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the jaw is basically level. I've drawn it slightly off kilter, but the jaw should be basically level with those horns. We're going to single crochet 3 together. We're going to do 3 single crochet, and then we're going to single crochet 3 together again. Then we're just going to see what we think. No. I'm moving that all around. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. This is what designing the slightly more complex ones tends to look and sound like, I guess. A little bit more chaotic, a little bit more questioning the process. Hopefully we end up with something good. Because I have no contingency plan for if we don't. I do not plan for defeat, and thus we shall never meet. Hi, Skylar! We call raccoons trash bandits. I think that's fair. Okay. Move that to there instead. There we go. The talky talk will be back in just a second. And then we'll single crochet. And then that's where we want the first horn and the second horn to start and exist. So here I have the option of doing like chains and then single crocheting back down, or we could do like really extended stitches. Let's see, that's a double treble, treble treble, quad treble. Let's give that a go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But do we think that's big enough, or illustrious enough for our friend. There we go. So it's the top. I'm going to stick some eyes in just to help us get a better idea, though even with, there's going to be no eyebrows, so there's going to be an element of trusting the process here as well. You know what, I think I like it. Right, bye Angela. Thanks for hanging out. So that was a quad TR. 3 single crochet and then another quad TR. Should bring us back down to 11 stitches. Oh wow, I hope your craft show went well, Mummy Games. I understand that it's nearly 2 AM and you probably need to go. The replay will be up for anybody who's up at a silly time of day. It's not going anywhere. Of course it is always good fun to have some of you hanging out. 3, 4, oh, hang on, I need to count it the other way. So double, treble, quadruple, treble. Did I get that right? Treble, double treble, treble treble, quadruple treble. There we go. No, I did not in fact have it correct. But we do now. And we're going to do his second little spokey dude. And I love how you're all conversing over who has the most savage animals when recently they've just discovered something known as the assassin spider here in Australia. Because it, seriously, anyone who's even moderately uncomfortable with spiders should absolutely not Google this thing, because I'm relatively comfortable with spiders, right? I don't freak out if I see them crawling on me too much, within reason. But like this thing eeks me real bad. It's got like this massive like face that folds out and like stabs. It looks like like Starship Troopers, the insecty things. Its face is like the attack claws from that, and it like sneaks silently up on other spiders and stabs them with its face prongs. It's awful. Discovered in 2023 here in Australia. Assassin spiders. Hooray for us all, right? Send help. Bro, what's an ibis? That question threw me. A big white bird, bin chicken. There we go. Okay, so we've got our spokies. I'm pretty sure that's where the eyes are going to stay, but they will have eyebrows. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to do eyebrows. It's relatively straight. It's relatively straight. I think I can probably slip that one out now. We're going to snap the backs on. Somehow this bag seems to have more eyes than it has backs, but I suppose the backs take up less room, so that should feel that way. I'll fold all that forward. And I doubt you'll get a clicky noise, but we'll do our best. That was pretty audible to me. I don't know if you guys could hear it. Okay, there we go, and I love how the whole chat is now just like, assassin spider, challenge accepted. It's like, I warned you, this isn't one of those things. I'm not making it up. There's like this piece of footage of the silhouette of one just walking up to this other spider and just like ruining that spider's night. Yeah. Okay, we have our head. So the next thing I want to do is start curving pretty dramatically this underjaw, and we're going to carry the back of the head out still for a little bit. So this underjaw needs some increases. And I'm going to pop them in there. So we'll go 1, 2, and then a couple of increases. And then we'll just single crochet around the rest of it. So mathing that means it's 7, but we'll use our stitch marker to make sure. Bringing us back up to 13. I think this is just going to be one of those makes. I always feel super uncomfy and if I'm not in like a multiple of 3 or 6. 6 is also acceptable, but I suppose all things that are multiples of 6 are also multiples of 3. 1, 2, and then we're going to increase out. We might need to do this a little bit more dramatically, but we'll see how this goes first. Oh yeah, I already know I want to do it more dramatically than that. So we'll cross that stitch out, and we'll make that 4 increases. This is what the magic is like. You're seeing it live, the magic, the madness. To get back to what I was saying earlier about the jelly beans, I'm sorry, yellow was superior to the pink. I'm not saying the pink is bad. Pink is fine, but yellow. Yellow is superior. The yellow is a superior flavor. It is such a nice lemon flavor. It's everything you want from a yellow piece of candy. Whereas like the pink is just like, yep, that's a pink piece of candy. Oh no, they're in Victoria. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mickey. There we go. Turn the melted end to help the eyes not come out. Do you recommend doing that? I have never tried adjusting the eyes really in any kind of way. I've used nail polish on one in my most recent video, but it does seem to scratch off. So yeah, no, I don't make any adjustments to mine, but I do put my backs on what some people would consider to be backwards when I'm working in a confined space because it gets an extra click, which to me makes it more secure. I know that you can put like glue-soaked layer of felt in between if you're worried about them coming out. The fire thing seems... it passes a certain logic test, but it also seems to be kind of... there's always a risk of setting your work on fire if you're like me. So I don't know if that's one I'm going to necessarily try, but I mean, yeah, hypothetically you melt it so it can't come out. I guess that checks out. All right, who are pretzel and cheese? Okay, someone's saying that blue jelly beans are superior, but there are no blue ones. There are no blue ones. Mia Nightingale says the assassin spider looks more like an ant. And yeah, okay, I see that, and I guess that kind of tracks. I think ants freak me out more than spiders do. Because at a certain point you gain an uncomfortable awareness of how much of what's beneath your feet is actually ants and actually isn't ours. And ants have very, very savage practices. Fascinating, but I don't like them. Ants make me way more uncomfortable than spiders do. Wow, that is unintelligible. Good job, me. Okay, so we've got our neck curving down a little bit, if you can see that sticking out the bottom there. We're still going to keep continuing out straight a little bit at the top, just because we want him to have a little bit of a back to his head. Do we though? Yeah, we do. We do. We want him to have a back to his head. I'm going to keep adding lots of 4 increases to the front just to propagate this curve a little bit. So it looks like we are curving straight from the head into the body. So that's that question answered, I guess. Except this time there'll be 3 single crochet on that side, and there'll be 2, and there'll be 8 on that side. It's going to add another 4, which means we're now up to 17. We are on the worst multiples ever. I hadn't finished that row. So I'll keep my logic for the bottom, but the top might actually be smoothed over enough. Yeah, okay, we're actually going to decrease the top of that. Right, new. So it's going to finish with 2 decreases, so it's 4 single crochet and then 2 decreases. Start like pulling it in, which means that we're going to get back to 15, which is a much nicer number. Some numbers just feel better than others. You're seeing Toothless in the Charizard face? Yeah, okay, I can kind of get that. Yeah, 1 and a 2 and a 3, and we're going to grow that neck, grow that neck. 4. Currently have a ladybug ant issue. Ladybugs upstairs, ants in the basement. Now, okay, so we like ladybugs over here, but I also understand that I believe it's Texas I've always heard this problem happening, but it's probably an American thing. Ladybugs bite, and they're not necessarily the most fun thing to have around. So I'm sorry that you're infested with something that everybody else will kind of just like side-eye you for hating. I'm questioning my choices here. Do I like this better? It's a little bit more sharp, but I think that might be what we want. It's looking very much like a pony to me at the moment, but these little eerie bits will be encouraged with some glue or starch or something to stick out the way they're supposed to. 'Cause yeah, he looks like a little horse. Yay! Questioning our choices, and that's fine. 3 single crochet, 4 increases, and then that was not 4 single crochet because it finished with single crochet 3 together and then a single crochet. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that must have been 2 in there, which is good. That gets us back to even. So my instinct was correct. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Cool. Cool. Oh, hives from ladybug bites doesn't sound like any fun. I suppose it's like mosquitoes, right? Some people barely notice that they're there, and some people break out in like welts and hives and stuff. Guess which camp I belong to. So yeah, same thing. It's just like some people also casually eat peanuts, you know? Okay, we're gonna close off the top way more aggressively this round. Do I ever have any issues remembering the pattern I'm crocheting? Like 3 single crochet increase while you're doing that. Do you forget what stitch I'm up to? Oh yeah. But at a certain point you start to learn what the stitches look like when you do them. And sometimes you can like work backwards. There's a reason that my notes tend to look like this as I'm like working things out. So this is what we've done so far. So yeah, that happens. Thankfully, when the things I'm working on tend to be on the smaller side, so I don't tend to be remembering much very often. Okay, so we're gonna decrease, single crochet 3 together and decrease. So that's a really aggressive closing off strategy that we're employing in the next row. And I'm going to evenly space 4 more increases at the bottom to just keep swelling out this bottom part of the neck until we're at the angle I want us to be on, which we're not quite there yet. Clicky pens make me happy. Plus I don't chew on them, like with that Bic pen I was using last week. I can't help it, the cap always just ends up in my teeth. What's the decrease? There's 1, 2, 3. And then one thing to keep an eye on when doing this is that like it does seem to like super exaggerate the spiral that we're working in. So that's why the decrease is now crept around to the start of the row instead of all of them being at the end of the row. It's just like it's that dramatic of a shift as we're increasing and decreasing around. 2, 3 of them, and then one of those. That's 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's only room for 1 single crochet in there, and so that's not the most even thing, is it? Maybe I try and change that for 2 and 2 and see if that lines up better. Okay, and we're decreasing. And we're single crocheting 1 and 2. We'll be increasing across those 4 which aren't super even. Ideally it'd be those ones. Maybe we go increase 1 and increase, and that'll keep us even in a different way. That's 3. I'm just rewriting this row as I go to make the adjustments. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's what makes the world go round. And just like that, all roads lead back to Sword in the Stone. Still haven't managed to rewatch that movie. So I don't know if I necessarily set it as a challenge, but it was something I wanted to do after last week's stream, and I just sort of never got around to it. Instead, I've been rewatching all of Parks and Rec, which I really enjoy. Yeah. Love me a little Ron Swanson, a little Leslie Knope. Brie, that's right, we are making Charizard. In terms of ant sand, a talcum powder was pretty effective as well for keeping ants out. Or at least the ants I was dealing with at the time. Oh, my nose has all kinds of fuzzies right now, which is always just a really awkward place to be. Okay, so how many stitches have we done so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, cool. So that's the start of our row. I'm just moving my marker to the current row so I can see a little better. Then we've got a single crochet 3 together. 10, 11, 12, sorry. Wrong stitch. That's what I thought. Thank you, brain. Brain is like, something not right. Please check again. Crochet 3, a decrease, and so we have 1, 2, 3 stitches left on this side. Okay, cool, never mind. I don't know what I was on about. I miscounted earlier and it caused way more unnecessary confusion. Am I replacing the row? Yes, that's the row I'm replacing. Crochet, decrease, and then single crochet 3 together, which is a loss of 1, 2, 3, 4, and a gain of 4. So cool, we are maintaining at 15 stitches, which is always a good sign that everything is coming out pretty balanced when your row count is maintaining as you do this sort of thing. Here's a little bit of a finger puppet. I'll try him on properly in just a minute. 1, 2, 3. Let's close off the back of this head. Oh, I have my fun, I do. It'll become even more fingered puppery as we go. Puppetry? Fingered puppetry? Puppetesque? Might stuff his head a little bit. I think that's going to help me see the picture. Oh, who's working with eyelash yarn? You think you've overstuffed the limbs of your owlbear? If you can, okay, so it's not like, it's just a matter of getting some of that stuffing out, and so it depends on how you've stuffed it, what you've stuffed it with, but I have occasionally used a hook to like pull stuffing out from a discreetly chosen location on a limb, like for example where you know it's going to attach to the body, because it will like pull the stitches a little bit so that it'll end up with a little opening. Just like try and pull some of that stuffing back out again, or just go with the overstuffed look, because I think that there's a loveliness to something being overstuffed. Or honestly, chuck it in the washing machine because it'll come out lumpy and strange and half shrunk anyway. With caution. That's not necessarily advice, that last one. That was almost more of a joke. But like, you know, stuffing will settle over time and shrink over time. So overstuffing isn't necessarily the biggest issue in the world. I have to go stuffing hunting myself for a second. Hold on. We're getting down to the bottom of this particular bag. see, rat 9991 is the same idea. Basically try pulling some of the stuffing back out. Or you can try very carefully where you finished off. Just like pull it open a little bit. Try and get some of it back out. Will I be continuing the randomized Nuzlocke? It's not technically a Nuzlocke, but I will be continuing it. In fact, I'm considering doing it as, well, not video for next week because that one's already in editing, but like I'm considering doing it for the one after that, just because I get that question a lot. And like, yeah, I have every intention of continuing it. I was just taking a little break from it. But I feel like I've stressed some of you out, and like chaos has not been shelved. So I feel like if I do another episode of it, it might make some of you feel a bit better that it's not gone away. 1, 2, 3. And if we encounter any that we've made, well, that's fine. We just get an extra evolution that episode. It's happened before. Single crochet 3 together to start that off because we're getting even more aggressive now. And we're going to end with a single crochet 3 together as well. That's our challenge. We can do what we like between those 2 stitches, but we must close off the top. That's 1. And I actually think that the neck is curved around to a good place. So we're actually just going to try a row of single crochet and see how it sits, and then decide if we need any more increases. Okay. Which in this case would be 9, 2, 3. 4. And 9. 10. I've lost track of my count at some point because this isn't quite right, is it? 10, 11, and another single crochet 3 together. So yeah, all right. So the beauty of a stitch marker is I know I've worked the right number of stitches, but my rows that I've written out might not be exactly correct, but I'll chuck them through my macro later and work out what's missing and where. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're back to 13. Ugh. Okay, that's pretty good. It's probably long enough now that we want to start curving the front out into the proper potato bulb. That will be his body. Looks like the cheap plastic monster finger puppets with the flimsy arms you get at Chuck E. Cheese. Are you commenting on my rendition of him or Charizard in general? Keep tugging on his pigtails because I want them to sit straight. So yeah, okay, we'll start growing the front. So I'll cordon off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stitches there. And the back will just be a continued exercise in shrinking down. So single crochet 3 together and single crochet 3 together. So that means that each row is going to be losing 4 stitches and thus needs to be gaining at least 4 to maintain width and more than 4 to increase in width. So I think how that's going to play out, just move that stitch marker to the end of the row. Thank you very much, Mickey. I'm doing my best. It's not, I don't know if it's necessarily the most scintillating viewing. I know that we've been going for over an hour and we've got very little to show for it, but it should pick up pace once we're through the worst of the shaping, the best of the shaping. So there we are, that's single crochet 3 together. And now if we do the same thing on the other side, it's going to leave us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stitches. And we're just going to visually represent that because sometimes we're a visual person and we need a little help. And we'll increase and we'll increase and we'll increase. I can only fit 3 there, so maybe that's an increase 3. Haha! And we crammed another one in the mix. Crochet, ink, single crochet, ink 3, single crochet, ink, and single crochet, da, da, which maintains us at 13, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It does. It does indeed. He might end up being a little bit of a skinny boy. Which I suppose belays the fears of anybody who was worried I was going to make him too chunky. Oh, it's not coming out straight though. Maybe it's going to be straight enough, we'll see. Up until now, he's always had 2 stitches at the front of him, and I've just tried to convert it to only having 1 stitch as like a central front point. Sometimes that can work and sometimes that doesn't work, and so we're just going to see if that's going to let us do that. Oh, hi Darcy Rose! Hydrate or dihydrate? Do you have a timer set or something? Because I'm just completely losing track. Well, Brie, first of all, welcome to the stream. Yeah, the replay will be up if you want to go back and catch what you've missed. So, stuff a little bit in there. Oh, aha! Rawr. He will have eyebrows. Just again, I'm just reminding myself more than you guys. Like, he will look a little bit more dragony. Because currently he's looking very wee. Wee. Okay, so we are going to keep going the way we're going. I think we're trucking really, really well. Let's just do a stitch count to catch us up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13. 13, but we are starting to, whoops, sorry. We are starting to slope off a little bit to the wrong side, which is not what I wanted, but again, we could just call that personality. Maybe he's facing forward while his body's tilted to the side, and I can get on board with that. That's kind of very Charizard-y. Or we could take steps to start trying to correct that now. You know what, we're going to embrace the crookedness, I have decided, because I could go back here and I could adjust it to the front. Should I adjust it to the front? How do you guys feel? Oh, bye Skylar. How do you guys feel about me doing this crooked? Because like, I'm kind of like feeling like I want to embrace the crookedness. Yeah. Why are we talking about Ivysaur? What's up with Ivysaur? His eyebrows? Yeah, that's the vibe. We're going to be doing Ivysaurs across the room, so I can't really reach him right now. But same sort of vibe with the eyebrows on this one here. All dragons kind of look like kangaroos when they're on their hind legs, in my opinion. They've got the nuggety haunches, the long neck, the skinny little triangular head. It's just like they have. I learned this when I was making the Jersey Devil. Kangaroo just means that they look like a dragon. It's just the only literal translation we have for it. Embrace it? Okay, we like Charizard. Thank you for that. I needed that. Okay, crooked. Okay, I'm loving this. Thank you guys. You're pumping me back up. All right. We're embracing the crookedness. We are loving the crookedness. You're perfect just the way you are. So we are going to help us all embrace it and just keep on going. Okay, and we're going to do something rather dramatic this time. It's like rather than spacing out our increases, we are just going to like liberally apply a whole lot of increases to the stitches where they're available. So let's see, that's that. And then there'll be 1, 2, 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to try for 7 increases. She's mad, I tell you. But it will get us up to 20, which is a nice even number at least to be working with. So let's try this, and then we'll just see at the end of the row if it worked for us or not. And if we hate it, we'll just go back and we'll change it and it'll be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's number 5, because he needs more of a potato a little bit faster than we've been getting to one, and so this is just a really fast way to force a potato. Not into his tailpipe, but like into his stomach. And continuing in our journey to close off the back. That won't get us up to 20 actually. That's just I've miffed that. So that's actually going to get us up to 16, which is still a nicer number. Ooh, Charles. Oh, good. Mr. Bones is keeping track of the potential names for us. Then he will let me know and we will run a poll at the end. Okay. Now he's looking a little giraffe and way more like a finger puppet. Okay, cool. I like how much of a increase we got in just his overall scale here because he needs a bulb and he needs it fast. I'm going to stop closing off at the back and the back will now just be increases. He has kind of like a narrower, oh, does he though? I'm kind of getting confused between the Mega Charizards and the Charizards, I think, as I think of him, because he does just slope into an egg. He's an egg boy, or potato boy, as I've been saying. So I will keep this growing, but at a slower pace now that we've hit 16. So he'll have, I need another little circle, shaping. We're here. We'll have 3 stitches there that we'll just do single crochet in, heading this way. And we have 3 single crochet there that we'll just do single crochet in. And then in the rest of them, so that should be 14. That should not be 14, that should be 10. It should be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So we have 10 single crochet along the front, and I'd want to position either 2 or 4 increases in there. And I'm thinking 2, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's the middle. So if we want 1 on each side, this is the logical spot and this is the logical spot so that they're kind of even across what we've already got as the chest. So that's the plan. So 3, 4, 5, that's actually 5 single crochet, an increase. I think that's 4, an increase, and then 5. What's really funny about these streams, right, is that I get way more stressed about stuff like, oh, do I have my water bottle? Is the volume going to work? Is this, that, the other? And I just don't even think for a second about whether or not I'm actually going to be able to design the things that I've set for myself. So that's, I'm hoping that like the confidence will carry us through on some of these things. 1, 2, and 3. Plus I thought if it was a weekend stream and it was the only one some of you were going to be able to ever catch, because like there is potentiality for that. Oh, I don't like that being all the way over there. That is too crooked. And I may as well make it like a banger. So I thought Charizard might be one that you guys would really enjoy seeing. We'll change that to a 6. We'll change that to a 2. We'll change that to a 6. I didn't like how far up the shoulder that increase was falling, and I definitely wanted it more central. We may even move it around again. So that's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Increase, increase. Okay, cool. That's just the crookedness kicking in, but we're embracing that, so I'm leaning into it. Then 1 and 2. And then another increase. And then we might just be on to rounds of single crochet for a little bit. Should be fun. Gives me a better chance to engage a little closer with chat. It's like the trade-off of picking something that I think might be a little bit more interesting to watch me design is that I have to put a little bit more bandwidth into the designing. We ain't making eggs. He's orange and a spicy boy. Oh, are we naming? Does the original Charmander have a name? I don't think we ever named the little guy, actually. He's a good little nugget. I think I gave one of them away. I ended up, whenever I do a pattern video, I end up with multiples of things, and I think one of those has been rehomed with someone. Because, oh, he was our Charm Minister. He had a monocle and a top hat and a little walking stick for a while there. Because Mr. Bones likes to make tiny props for them. And yeah, so Charmander was Charm Minister. Oh yeah, Mr. Bones has just written it in the chat. There we go. Oh, thank you, Sierra Stitch Sanctuary. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you. Yep, the wings and the arms are going to be separate pieces for sure. Though, like, I mean, anybody making this could probably attach them as they go in the round if they really wanted to. I just find that designing can be a little bit easier with separate pieces to start with, and then like the second iteration becomes the join everything in here, there, and the other place. Okay. You're turning out bigger than I wanted you to be. If you had a tongue, I'm sure it'd be poking out at me right now. Okay. Not too big though. He's gonna be sizable, but not too big. He's an appropriate size for what he is. He's gonna be about the size of Rhyperia, which I think is still acceptable. 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, we're back up to 18, guys. That's so exciting for me. You have no idea. We're back to multiples of 6, which makes the growing out of a bulb super freaking easy. That's not relief you're hearing in my voice. I had this under control the whole time. So I'm just going to put 3 increases in a triangular type pattern just to give us even growth the whole way around, which will get us to 21, and we're going to stick with our multiples of 3 as much as possible from this point onwards. Because looking at the shape he is, that should be fine. And I'm pretty sure at this point I'm just going to make the tail separately rather than curving the body around, just because I think that yeah, I think that gives us a little bit more flexibility with posing him as well than joining. Whereas joining in the round kind of like, or sloping the body off, makes it a little bit more restrictive. That's 1. I'm sorry, is he a bad romance? A bad wizard? Cha-ra-ra. Yeah. Hey, Charizard's the same height as me. That feels wrong. I feel like Charizard should be bigger than that. Or smaller than that. Like, Charizard should either be small enough to sit on your shoulder, or large enough that you can, like, large enough to be transport. Something ain't math in here. I think I got my positions mixed up a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21. No, I've got the right number of stitches. I've just obviously moved them around slightly, and I think that's fine. That's fine. Okay, we're up to 21 around, and we're going to just do a row of single crochet to give him a little bit more height now that we're here. What do I think the hardest Pokemon to crochet would be? If we're talking about Gen 1, any of the human-shaped ones are going to be hard for me personally because I don't enjoy them necessarily, but we'll see how that goes. I think that something like, you've got the super complex visual ones, like Gyarados, who is my personal favourite, and I don't know, I'm not really looking forward to doing some of the legendary birds. Both the Zapdos and Moltres have a lot of like finicky little details to them that I don't know if it's going to be a lot of fun to make, but we'll see. Ditto is one that I'm kind of putting off just because of the amorphous blob type shape. It's going to represent a little bit of a challenge, though I do have some ideas, of course. Yeah, there's just a few that I think are going to be hard. Alakazam, not looking forward to that one there. Lots of very skinny little bits. And this one might be surprising. Kabutops. Again, it comes down to like the super skinny little arms. I have to do a lot of like adjustments to them. What's happening? What's wrong? Why are people crying? Oh no! Ainsley, no! Ainsley's hook just broke. Can we fix it? Do you have super glue? Yeah, Mr. Mime is too creepy. I don't want to think about him. He's not invited to this chat. He can go hang out with the assassin spiders. Oh, I've made you such a tubby boy. I maybe should have spread these out a little bit more, but I like it anyway. So I think we're at a good width and we're just going to keep going round and round. You think Machamp will be my least favorite? That's a lot of arms. That's not a bad guess. I maintain that basically it'll be the Stream of Pain, and you guys will have to come along and keep cheering me up as we go, and we'll just blast out the Machop line, the Abra line, the Mr. Mime and Jinx get thrown in that mix as well as like Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. Any of the ones that are just basically people, decorated people. It's like, we'll just bang them all out in a day, or 2 or 3, and you guys will have to come along and suffer with me. Yeah, Alakazam is probably right up there. But if we're talking about the whole franchise, I don't know. I would have thought Carnivine would be particularly hard, but he just turned out to be a pile of stringy bits, and that kind of was just like a non-event. Though I do love him, the little goofus. Rayquaza, I think, is right up there with really hard ones to make. I think anything from... I'm not actually familiar with the latest generation. I haven't played the game yet, and I've had limited exposure. So, the most recent ones, I don't even know them all, but I know that they kind of get really super, in my opinion, stupid complex from a certain point onwards. I think Hydreigon, that's the 3-headed flying one, right? It's gonna be interesting. It's a lot of stuff to pack into a little package. Extrantatus, is that one of the latest ones? Oh, are we talking about Ghastly? Grimmsquirrel. I have done a bunch from up to Gen 4 and also Lechonk all by himself. It's just for the focus of these ones here today. I'm leading up to a video where I make all 151 original Pokemon. And so like that's why I'm focusing on those in the live streams, because I just sort of have to get them done. Whereas like I fully intend to move on to Gen 2, and with the Pokemon run that we're doing at the moment with Chaos, that's the name of our little guy. We've got Crisis and Chaos. They evolve randomly every time they level up, and they evolve to anything in the first 4 gens. And if they evolve into something, I then make that instead, which is why I've got stuff like a Rhyperior chilling out on my desk, so it doesn't represent an entire day of my life. We're going to keep going. We're going to go around again. Give us Entei or give us death. Oh my goodness. That escalated quickly. Well, Mr. Bones, are you aware that there's more than one Porygon? And they're not all square. And it's like, eventually I'm going to have to face questions like, which unknown do we make? Though I think I've already answered that one there with like, we're just going to roll the categories dice, whatever letter comes up, that's the one we're going to make. If Rotom comes up, do I just make default Rotom? Do I make a specific appliance Rotom? Do I have to make all of the appliance Rotoms? It's like, once we start reaching like regional variants and that sort of thing, it just becomes really hard to kind of track down which version of anything I'm supposed to make. But I think for the most part I'm going to be trying to stick to defaults, and then it's one of those like endless content generators. Okay, cool. Then we'll do all of the Alolan forms, and then we'll do all of the Megas, and we'll do all of the this and all of the that. What is the longest I've ever spent on a crochet project? Probably the 100-hour owl, who is behind me in one of these shots. Hold on one second. This is Albert. Hello. We spent an hour on him, or 100 hours on him, I should say. Yeah. Wanna come hang out? Oh, he changed the colours. This is the longest I've probably spent on any one project. And now he hangs out in the corner of my stream. Polyron, I will not be giving an old school Jinx. The Alolan Vulpix, is that the like little snow fox? Cute, super cute. I mean, with Porygon, you could probably put some cardboard in with stuffing to shape it. Yeah, there's that, or there's things like post-stitching where you can make vaguely square shapes, because we have made Matang before, and I feel like I managed to pull off a robot-esque aesthetic with that one there. Whereas like a lot of Gen 1 is a little bit more on the squishy side, which makes it a nice comfortable place to start. Thank you, though. Thank you very much. I'm quite pleased with him. He is the reason I have avoided feathers for like 18 months. No feathered creations if I can avoid them. So I guess now you know. That is from the video 1 versus 10 versus 100, as I did like a 1 hour version, a 10 hour version, and then it all built up to the 100 hour version. I think that's enough of a little potato. Do we like the size of his potato? And now we just close off. And then we're good. So that's 21 single crochet. And how many rows did we do? Let's count, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We did 5 rows. And now we are just going to casually close off 3 decreases per row until we've got like yeah. Oh, well, I'll do 3 decreases for the first row, and then we might just do decreases of 6 just to flatten it off as quickly as possible. Ah, good morning, Holly. Thanks for joining the stream. You want me to give Diglett a blonde wig, huh? That's what I mean. It's just like, how do I negotiate this? Because some of them just look dumb. But then some of them are just hard as well. It's just like the idea of making that sandcastle one. Like, I think it's a cool design. I just think that it's really hard. 3, 4, 5. Should that be 5 or should that be 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The math ain't mathing quite right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, right. 6. Never mind. Decrease. 1, 2. Yeah, no Pikachu yet so far. Sorry. Hasn't come up. Hasn't been voted for. And I don't think I ever had quite the same, like, don't get me wrong, I can appreciate a cute mouse when I see one. I just don't think I've never necessarily had the same emotional connection to Pikachu that a lot of people had. In fact, my emotional connection was to Magikarp and Gyarados. So, and that is because with our old grey-green brick of a Game Boy with a copy of Pokemon Red, the one Pokemon, my first like memories of playing Pokemon were, it was for my, I think it was my brother. He would let me evolve his Magikarps, and that was me playing. That was as much as I got to play. And so like that was my first like connection with Pokemon. I got to evolve the Magikarps, and I really liked getting to evolve the Magikarps. So that's where my emotional connection lies. So yeah, I haven't made a Gyarados yet either, but that's because I can't decide if I want to make a big one yet, or if we have to do it the way it's supposed to be done. I'm the one who sets the rules. Chill. If I find a shiny in the wild, it will absolutely be caught because that's the rules. I know there's at least one guaranteed shiny in the game we're playing, and it will evolve randomly as well. So we'll get to make some shinies, but I guess the question you're really asking is, do I make the shiny version of the thing, or do I make it so that it matches the rest of the set? And that is a pretty big question, and I might even make a YouTube poll about it just to see how people think. Because like my instinct is to make the shiny version to represent the character in the game, but at the same time, we kind of need the real coloured version to match the rest of the set. Makes it a little bit tricky. 6. Then we're going to do math. Math is what we're going to do. We're going to decrease, and we're going from 18 down to 12. So that is lots of 3. Like that. Okay. That made you a little stumpy? No, I think you're fine. I think you're fine. I think he's fine. He's fine. Yeah. We're going to decrease. 2 and 3 and 4. Big Gyarados. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's just like, it's hard to resist the allure of making a proper big one. And I did that larger dragon who might be behind me somewhere. Oh, he's over here. This one here. I did a big dragon at the start of the year, and he's a similar body shape, enough that it would give me like a proper start to doing, like a pretty easy start to doing a larger Gyarados if I wanted to. It's just I just don't know if it's within the rules of this particular challenge, you know what I mean? It's like suddenly one of them evolves into Gyarados. And then I just stop the game playthrough and spend the next 2 weeks of my life making nothing but Gyarados. if I vanish suddenly, you'll know what's happened. I'm just going to pin these in place because I keep straightening them and they're driving me a little bit nutty. We'll stitch them down and it'll be fine, but I got to stop playing with them every time I stop to look at him. Okay, so we have bulb, and I'm going to do the last row to close it off, which is of course just 6 decreases around. And no, split the yarn. Dislike when I do that. 2, 3, 5, and last stitch. We're making progress. That's true, I could make a small one and then a big one, just by like doubling or tripling the pattern. Once you get the shaping right at one scale, you can pretty much just size it up. I've got a few big projects that I'd like to do. But I'm trying to balance them out at the moment between like releasing enough pattern content for people and that sort of thing. It's just like, oh, this channel's a little bit of a mix of everything. I do tend to fall down a Pokemon hole fairly regularly, but we do try to make sure there's a little bit of something for everyone. There we go. And we'll take out all of our stitch markers. This is why I like bobby pins, by the way. They just slide out so easily from everywhere. And we have our little Charizard Skittle. And we are going to take a moment now to fix up his face because we can. We've got our little turtle pin cushion here. Oh no, we need white first. For sure, for sure. Well, because he's cute still. He is terror, he is the deep, he is adorable. We're talking about the turtle pin cushion. Gus? What did I say? What accidentally came out of my mouth about it? Oh, is the camera wobbling? Oh, a little bit. It's been better, it's been worse. I need to get a better clip for it, I think. Sorry, I'm just laughing at Flushed Phoenix. Hubby just woke up, asked the time, and has gone back to snoring. Okay, we're just gonna give him a little sclera to make him cute. They said it was moving on its own. Was this moving on its own, was it? Guys, I'm good, but I'm not creating artificial life good. So he is the hardest working tortoise in all of YouTube. Actually, I don't know if I can make that claim, but he is the hardest working tortoise in this house. Okay. Scleras are probably in slightly the wrong spot, but we'll do our best. And we've got some orange here. Weep. Are you not entertained? Is this not the cutest? Okay, yeah, I know that he has blue eyes, but we don't have enough room to do proper full-on blue. And like, I feel like in most of the pictures you can't tell that he has blue eyes. So I'm editing that detail out. Rhyperia is 7 feet tall, but Gyarados is 21 feet. So if you want to make it accurate, it has to be 3 times the size. Well, potato buns, as much as I adore that idea and that concept, I would then have to go back and remake all of them with some sort of sense of scale because I have not. I might have intended to at one point, but it's not happening at this point. Now see, I've just woofed that. Let's try that again. So he has quite an aggressive eyebrow. I would only mind animated plushies because, let's see, Polyron has just said animated plushies every plush maker's worst nightmare. I would only mind them if they started moving and blinking while I was stabbing them repeatedly in the face. Past that point, I think I'm very nice to my creations. So I like to think that they would not be too much of an issue. Don't know if I'm really nailing this face today, but at least I didn't get lost in the hysterics like what happened with Tentacle. Predator faces are so much harder because their eyes like always look so silly from the front. Okay, there we go. I got the eye a bit better on this side. Maybe I unpick these and give them another go if I don't like it. There we go. Snip. Yeah, seeing them from the front, he's like, me? Excuse me? While we're here, I might actually just... Sorry, we don't tend to do a lot of sewing on these streams anymore, but I do like to just add the facial details because I think it adds a lot of impact to the final thing. And while we're here, I'm just going to stitch down these horns a little bit. Am I? Yes, yes I am. They're bothering me. I just want to like secure them. There we go. Eep. And eep. Butter. Better. It's better, better, better. Okay. So he has his cranky face. Grr. Just giving his nose a squish. I love the squidge of crochet. You can get some interesting shapes with it. His little prongy bits are probably not quite as pronounced as they are in some of his sprites, but I think that they are representationally there. He looks absolutely ridiculous when viewed from above. Oh no, honey, what have I done to you? But he looks perfectly normal from the sides and the front. It's just... We're not playing this game. Alright, we're putting him down. What piece do we want to make next? We've done head, we've done body. We could do tail. Let's do tail. Let's do tail. Tail, tail. And oh, what a tail it be. Let's finish writing those notes. Because last week I didn't write down how to make Star use garter belt. It caused me nothing but pain afterwards. Here we go. So, tail. And I think we're going to start, we could start with the fire technically and just like build it all out from one piece, or we could just make a cone in orange and sew the fire on later, which I think might be easier. You were mentioning a Game Boy earlier. Did you know people are still making games for it? And its color counterpart. That's really cool. I have the grey brick here somewhere. Sorry, I call it a grey brick because it looks like a grey brick. But I think I might have put it into storage. I'm just like, I want to find it again because it might still have my copy of Red in it. And I just think that there's something really lovely about that. Just moved when cutting the orange. Turns out there's a cow outside your window. I mean, I have been known to make sounds. Alright, so this tail is just going to be a pretty standard cone. Maybe we give it a little bit of shaping, but we're going to start with a little bit of a standard cone. And I think the narrowest I can mentally handle today is a magic ring of 4. So we'll start there. This is definitely not a magic ring of 3 sort of day. And you know what? I deserve a treat. We finished a bit. I'm going to have a jelly bean. What colour should I have? Not the cherry ones. I'm prone to picking all the yellows out, but let's have a little black currant one today. And I have a jelly bean guardian here as well. He sits really nicely on top and protects them. We cannot see him on screen though, which is bumming me out a little bit. So let's... There we go. Right. All that original Pokemon stuff is now collector's, isn't it? Collector's edition. It's just like I would never part with mine if I could find it again. It's like I still have my DS. I think it's a DS Lite and my 3DS in storage. Oh, so many hours of shiny hunting on those devices. Specifically the 3DS, I think, is where I did most of my shiny hunting. That was when I realized I had adult money and I was allowed to buy Pokemon, and that's when I sort of re-entered with Soul Silver and the DS Lite. Do I still have audio, honey? What's happening? Sorry.
Some jelly beans?
You want some jelly beans? Okay, sorry. Mr. Bones is here for candy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Also, they wanted a close-up of the top of the head.
Close up of the...
Charizard's puppy head.
Oh, okay. You guys want a close up of the top of his head. The black flavor is blackcurrant. It's yummy. There is a close up of the top of his head. Grrr. It's just, it looks very silly. Mallow's growing like a weed. Oh, I'm so pleased. Mallow is the Highland calf I was allowed to name at the last stream. You get all kinds of interesting perks of the job sometimes, and I got to name a fluffy Highland calf last week. We went with, what, Mallow Fluff or something like that, but Mallow, baby Mallow. That's good. Growing babies are good things. You always want the babies to be growing. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You accidentally donated your Game Boy Color years ago when you were moving house. Oh no! Well, I mean, that sucks. I'm sorry about that. Black licorice? Oh, it's not black licorice. No, it's blackcurrant. It's yummy. It's like a tangy berry type flavor, but like deeper. It's a deeper flavor than berry, which I think is a very pink flavor. Yeah, exactly. The top of the head is just, it's just very silly on him. I'll just try and point it at the camera so you can amuse yourselves. I might build out a little bit more of an eyebrow when I sew him together, but for now he's fine. I've just moved everything around when I accidentally shoved my desk. Let's prop everything back up again. Okay, I think we're good. All right, we've done a magic ring of 4. You are being problematic, sir. And we're doing a ring of 4 single crochet, and I think we'll do another round of 4 single crochet. Give him a nice little tippy tip. A pointy point to the point of his tail. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, blackcurrant is kind of like, it's kind of grape, but kind of berry. It's just, they're not quite right. Little Miss Mallow Fluff tried to eat my book when I was chilling in the barn with her earlier. I hope you are sharing pictures of this to the Discord. That's all I have to say on that. It's like, we need this. The world needs this. Nikki, if you're only 4'11", I hate to tell you this, but all cows, I think even mini cows are just regular cows to you. Okay, there's our little tippy tip. And now I'm just going to put an increase into the next row. I'm just going to shove it here. That's fine. Wherever it may be. Just one though. We only want the gentlest slopes. So that's the increase, and then we get back around to the start with 3 single crochet. 2 and 3. And now I'm going to do at least 1 row of 5 single crochet. And 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so it's just occurred to me that anybody just joining won't know what we're making necessarily. So I'll pop him there so they can see where we're up to. So you can see we've got, yeah, there we are, Sprite in the corner, pieces that we've made, and then I'll be working on these pieces here. My nail just gave up the ghost, and that's quite disappointing. We need bobby pins to mark the start of our row. Okay, and then I think we just keep, I'm going to keep alternating rows, I think, where we do one where we grow and then one just single crochet. And that should get us up to, let's see, that'll be 6, 7, 8, 9, and I think 9 is probably about where we want to end up anyway. We don't want this to be too big. We're just going to judge it as we go. One of those like build it. Just keep gradually increasing until we reach the size we're after or the length we're after and adjust accordingly. So here we go, we've got our increase. So I actually have another little video that I've put together of the Pokédex for when I go on break, with a little bit of music based on the feedback from you guys from previous ones. So we're showing that off at some point as we close in on our second hour, just because we need to let a little bit of oxygen into this room every so often. Got it all closed off so that the sounds don't get in. And it means the air gets a little thin in here sometimes. Okay, that's the perks of having Mr. Bones in the other room though. He'll come save me if I pass out. She normally makes more than one. Yeah, normally I do like 2 or 3 a stream. In fact, last week we got 3 done. This one here, admittedly, we're 2 hours in and we're only just still doing our basic pieces. We've probably got another 2 hours on Charizard. But we'll probably still do another one afterwards. There's still time. There will be, at minimum, another vote, because I can't just do one a week. Well, thank you very much, Ellie Dorney. Okay, I'm sorry, Sanity Creations. We just picked a very complicated one this time. Last week, this time, we had finished making, who was it? Tentacle, and done the second vote. So it's just the pick of the draw. Some of them just are more complex. They take longer. There we go. Okay, and yeah, that's an increase. And now we're going up to 7 stitches in our round. I have done Mew already. In fact, I almost have Mew on my desk today, but instead I see her on the shelf across the room. So Mew, what came up in our playthrough that we're doing with Chaos and Crisis. It was a very exciting moment. We had a lot of legendaries in one whole hit, which was really nice. Oh, sorry, I'm doing bushes. No rushing art. Give us Mew or we boo. When I come back from break, I'll bring her over, okay? Though, I mean, I have my original Mew here. She's like basically, I think of her as like my first thing that I've ever made. She can join the fans. If you were wondering why she looks like that, it's because I didn't know the difference between slip stitch and single crochet. And that's a story some of you would have heard many times now. I have since learned the difference. Well, Becky, maybe. Probably not today, though. For anybody listening, Becky was just saying that whenever they join the stream, there tends to be one of her favourite Pokemon showing up. Maybe Sandslush will turn up. Wink, wink. It's just like, maybe. 7, and then I did 7 single crochets. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and now we're going up to 8. And you'll see that we're very slowly growing up a little carrot. Why, thank you. I'm quite pleased with my Mew. Rat9991, who I will henceforth be referring to as simply Rat. You have the same problem? Is that the slip stitch and single crochet problem? That makes me feel so much better about it. It's one of the hazards of being self-taught. Not only was I crocheting backwards, which I didn't even work out until after I'd already put like 4 or 5 videos up here, and I finally worked it out from the comments. But yeah, one of the first problems I had was that, yeah, slip stitch versus single crochet. And for the record, this is what it looks like when you slip stitch an entire project. It's extremely dense. And I still remember how much pain I was in because those stitches were so tight. And I was just like, how is this as hard? How is crochet this hard? Like, it just doesn't look like that when other people are doing it. What's the question? When am I releasing these patterns? My Pokemon patterns always go up on Patreon the same week. I don't sell my Pokemon patterns because it's not my IP. So my main store is through Etsy, and Etsy is strict IP rules, and so that's fine. But it means that these become Patreon only. The Tentacle, Shelder, and Staryu from last week actually went up today, just a couple of hours before this stream, because I fell a little bit behind in a couple of ways this week. But I think that happens to everyone. I'm not beating myself up about it. I think he needs it to be a little bit longer. Scooch. So we'll go up to 9. And at that point I might start getting a bit more aggressive with the growth to just blend it into the size of the body. Ink. And 7. Soon he'll be all ready to set the world on fire. Go. Once made an amigurumi in slip stitch instead of single crochet, he became a keyring as he was so teeny. Yeah, Demonique 742, another person who understands the pain. I think it's just a pretty natural thing because it's just like single crochet, even I do it. I assume everybody by the time they reach my patterns understands a single crochet. It's not a stitch I've ever shown how to do on camera, whereas like a magic ring I think I've shown at least once, but single crochet is just it's presumed knowledge. So like when you're self-taught you tend to just be working your way through patterns and trying to learn things as you go. At least that's what I was doing. And yeah, nobody stops to explain what a single crochet is, and they look kind of the same if you're not like really watching. Oh, look at him's little nose. Oh, you like? That's good. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying. This is a big swing. I hope he turns out good. 9, there we go. If I could have any Pokemon as a real pet, what would it be? Oh, okay, that's a really interesting question because it's not the same question as who's your favorite, because a Gyarados is just completely impractical as a pet. I don't know, I'm a workaholic, so I would be like inclined to go for something useful, you know? I'm not talking like a Mr. Mime to wash the dishes because no. Do you ever want to sleep again? I don't know, sometimes I have trouble sleeping, so there's like the practicality of having something like a Drowsy around. There's the cuteness, there's cute factor, whereas like I love me a Bulbasaur, I love my garden full of succulents, I feel like a Bulbasaur could be really happy out there. I really like birds, so I don't know, I feel like me and a little Pidgey could be really good friends. That's true. It also doesn't help that UK and US terminology for crochet is different, so anyone trying to learn what a single crochet is might be meaning, I don't know, I think they call it a half double or something over there, but like, yeah, the different stitches are called different things and it's not always super obvious. I'm not looking like the pattern, at least on first and second tries. Yeah, I admittedly only really make my own these days, so I can't really speak to that one there. I assume it's just like, with crochet, depending on which direction you hold things, the stitches look a little bit different. And so like I don't really know how to like teach that. I think that's almost like, you know how when everybody can write the same word, but it all comes out looking a little bit differently. It's just like, yeah, it's just kind of your personal flair on things. Right, at this point, I think I'm going to start putting 3 increases in to build it up into a slight triangle shape because we want it to merge a little bit nicer with the body. So that's where we're up to. The question is, how do I want those increases to fall? So the tail is pretty naturally curving this way, so we'll call that the top, and we want an increase at the top. And then 1, 2, increase, 1, 2, increase. Okay, so we're going to do 3 repeats of a single crochet, an increase, and a single crochet. And that's how we're going to work out the positioning of that. That'll get us up to 12. Okay, there we go. Sometimes it's kind of nice working on like the little pieces. There was a lot of pressure for the main head and body piece, but honestly these little pieces are kind of a little bit more chill now. And I have not forgotten that we need to find a better teal for the wings. You all reminded me about that. I have, I think, some more options on the go, but otherwise we can just rob the shelf behind us, where Mr. Bones is conveniently perched. You think coughing would be a good pet? He seems happy. No. There will be no coughing allowed in this apartment. hydrated. There we go. So that's one round like that. And we're going to do that again, I think, straight away. Because we're on the business end of this tail now. We're no longer like carefully. We are just like going for it. There we go. Split the yarn. For some reason, orange is a particularly splitty colour in this brand. I don't know why some colours are like that and some don't seem to be. You've got me thinking now about the different Pokemon. I know one that I'm putting off making a little bit is probably Growlithe, who I sometimes call Growlive if I'm trying to be annoying. But just there's a lot of colours packed into a really tiny package that also still has to be cute. It's a really tricky combination to pull off. Ponyta, I don't know, and I don't yet quite understand how I'm going to make Ponyta small, so I'm kind of putting off that one. So like, it's not just the peoply ones I'm avoiding. This is just jumping back to a conversational subject we were having like an hour ago. Semco, this isn't Semco, this is Four Seasons, if that was the question. A Dragonite would be functionally useful, but it feels way too much like a roommate rather than a pet. Oh my goodness, yes, I agree with that. Mewtwo would be like living with a disapproving parent, no matter what you did. He swings his tail back and forth, he swings his tail back and forth. Alright, cool, and that's where we're going to leave the tail. I'm gonna love Ho-Oh. I've made Ho-Oh. What Ho-Oh was directly behind me. One of my... Oh, there it is. We've made Ho-Oh. I think she turned out pretty good, frankly. But one of my nibblings loves Ho-Oh, so I have to keep Ho-Oh on hand at all times for when we video chat. Open some windows, it would be fine, easy to deal with fire or water. Oh, we're not having a coughing in the house, Mr. Bones. Look what you've done, guys. Oh, Venipede could be cute. People wondering what yarn I'm using? It's Four Seasons Marvel. I like the colour assortment. This is unsponsored, it's just definitely, it's the yarn I've been using for the last 2 years. I do recommend that when you're making a pattern that has multiple colours in it, where possible, try and use all the colours all from the same brand, just because then you know the yarn is the exact same weight, gauge, whatever you would like to call it. So we're going to pin this on his booty. Booty, 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 booty. And we'll move on to the next piece. What do we guys, what do we want next? Arms, legs, wings? Let me know while I pin this on. Do flame next. Oh, I pinned that maybe a little high. That's better. Ow, stabbed myself in the thumb. We've paid the blood sacrifice. The stream can continue. There we are. So now we've got like a nice little sloop. And I will douse these in glue or something to get them to stand up right. Finish filling in that back corner, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So there is our tail. You want to see Lapras or Poliwag? Oh, I love Poliwag. Where do I buy my yarn? I buy it at Spotlight. I really, it's the craft store I have access to. Oh, I'm seeing some legs, I'm seeing some wings. Oh, I'm seeing belly. I don't mind belly. Yeah, all right, cool. I liked the belly suggestion. Let's just keep building up the trunky bit. So the belly has to be a little circle here, and then a little triangle down the tail. So we're going to start just by building up a little flat disc. Hi Lisa, glad to see you again. Yeah, there's not a lot of, I don't know about other people, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of craft stores. I have access to like a Big W or a Kmart, which like their colours can be a little hit and miss. though I don't mind the carnival yarn you can get from Big W either. It comes in like, I only have this very deflated tube. It comes in sausages, but normally you can get a pretty good center pull from them. Carnival and Marvel seem to interact pretty nicely. They seem to be pretty similar. Or you've got Spotlight, and their main yarn that they make is the Four Seasons Marvel. And yeah, honestly, it comes in a pretty comprehensive range of colors as far as the yarn availability goes. I'd like to try Hobby at some point, I think. It always looks so squishy and nice. But it takes forever to get here. Or it looks like it'd take forever to get here because it's coming, what, all the way from Denmark or something? And the shipping costs and all that. And so it's like, yeah, you use what you have available to you for these sorts of things. And for me, that's currently Spotlight. Yeah, Kmart in Australia has yarn, but it's not like a whole yarn section. It's like one little wire rack in the craft area. And the colours are interesting choices sometimes. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool, we're up to 12. Hello to Germany. How can I stand being stared at by probably thousands of Arami Tanglers staring at myself through the screen? Well, they're not really staring at me, they're staring over me. And it genuinely does make such a happy rainbow back there. I'm actually really pleased with that particular assortment. And I've also got like another bag up there, or several bags in the wardrobe. Bag of Pokemon on the floor, 2 containers of Pokemon over there. I've got a shelf in front of me that has a giant bee, my secret project that you'll see on Thursday, and a couple of Pokemon on it. It's just like, you get used to being surrounded by eyeballs always watching. Should have put a stitch marker in, didn't. We'll live with the consequences. I made it worse on purpose, you're welcome. Grim Squirrel, I found a local wool shop a 10-minute walk from me recently, so I'm supporting the locals. That's lovely. Yeah, I don't think we have anything local to us. There used to be, when I lived in a different town, there was a local yarn store, and I always remember that every time I went in there were these two older women, like the distortion of youth makes me want to call them old women, but like I don't know if they were actually elderly or if I was just like, they looked that way because I was so young. I just always remember they were just never really happy for me to be in there, and they always wanted to tell me off. I was just like, I just wanted to look at their yarn. That's cool. I didn't know that we had Hobby Lobbies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I mean, there's also stuff like Red Dot stores. Red Dot has yarn, but it's like if they have it in store, they've got it, and if they don't have it in store, good luck to you. But like when they have yarn, the yarn isn't bad. It's usually pretty cheap. You can normally get cakes in some nice gradients and that sort of thing. It's probably about as big as we need that to be. And what else was I thinking of? There was somewhere else that I've gotten, like Reject Store sometimes has yarn. Any of those like dollar stores sometimes have yarn, but it's just like when you need like a reliable source of yarn because it's like how you make your living, you have to go like bigger, or like somebody else has said, like a local store where you you have a consistent and reliable supply. Yeah, okay. I haven't been writing this down, so I just need a second to catch up. But it's just bog standard. There we go. And now I think I'm going to start building the little triangle straight onto this. So we'll start by working 2 single crochet. And then we'll chain 1 and we'll turn. And I think it's only going to be like 3 across. We'll get across the other side and we'll turn. And yeah, I am still using that little alternating rows of slip stitch and single crochet when having to work short rows because it looks better. It does. It makes for a chunkier stitch, but it's so much better. stitch, turn, 3 single crochet and turn. Come here, bud, we need to do stuff to you. So this yellow is not supposed to reach super high up. Okay, so we'll do... Oh, maybe I quit on my circle a little early. I might actually go one size bigger with the circle now that I'm looking at this so that it goes a little bit further up and a little bit further down. There we go. And we'll go around again. Missing No is more of a blanket than a Pokemon. I don't know how you would begin to start imagining Missing No dimensions in 3 dimensions, that is. And also I don't know if they technically count. We're doing a Crochetdex and Missing No does not have a Pokédex entry to my knowledge. So do correct me if I'm wrong there. And I mean, like, for a loophole come up with on the fly, I think that's pretty good. Okay, so one size bigger on this circle, and we'll try again. I think I remember Lincraft. Grim Squirrel, I am Australian. I think that this particular stream has captured the imaginations or the time zone, I think, of more Americans than normal, which is great. That was the intention of it. Normally we have an interesting mix of like Europe, Australia, New Zealand, that sort of thing. And 24. Missing No was technically 000 in the original games. Okay. I will consider whether or not Missing No gets an entry. I feel like Missing No was more of a glitch than a Pokemon, but I'm happy to be corrected on that front. Okay, that's a bit better. And now we will go 4 across for 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. So we'll do sorry, had to catch up with my admin. Oh, Kaylin Productions, hello. Hope your D&D game went well. Oh, 2 AM in Missouri. That's a lot. That's okay. Everybody out there in the chat, I'm going to just turn the tables on you for a second. You all should hydrate or dehydrate. It's one of the rules here. But stay hydrated. Okay, that's 1. It's a little jaggedy, but I think it's going to be fine. May only need 3. These are slightly taller stitches, and I'd forgotten to account for that when I was estimating how many rows we would need. I only remember that because it was one of the better XP sources when you managed the glitch. Okay. You're making a neon variegated pig dragon. That's wonderful. Variegated yarns are a love-hate relationship for me, right? I always adore how they look in their skein or their ball, but then like I go to use them and they're so, like, they're such a pass-fail yarn. There's no like good enough. Most like one color yarns, when you use them, I find that they can get like a decent mark, but like variegated yarn either looks perfect or like rubbish. Like for example, I use variegated yarn on my mini snake or my larger snake, which are like way up there, but like the variegations came out looking beautifully. But I've done stuff in the past and the variegations have just been rubbish, just absolute junk. And then I always want to try planned pooling, but I never seem to quite have yarn that's capable of it because the splotches don't seem to be designed in any kind of even or sensible way. All right, cool, that's where we're at. Probably could have gone thinner one row earlier, but I ain't going back now. And that it was 3 rows, not 4. I need to adjust my thinking for that little extra bit of stitch height. So we'll now chuck a decrease in the middle on the next row and get us down to 3. And then to 2, and then to 1. And we're just going to like narrow it straight off now. There's not a lot of faffing about. So we'll go 4 slip stitch, turn, single crochet, decrease, single crochet, turn, 3 slip stitch, and turn, and then we'll look at it again. 2, 3, and 4, turn, and now we do our decrease. And I'm putting that decrease in the middle of the row because then it kind of pulls evenly from both sides. Because if I put it on one edge, it would make one edge slope inwards. So if you have the option, it's just it tends to be a nicer way to get a smooth look. Hi Karina, you're just crocheting along, just finishing your 48th animal for the local emergency room. Wow, brave kids get an animal when they're in the hospital. That's so lovely. What a great use for the various bits and pieces that we make. I've thought about doing that, but honestly I don't know if some of mine are like sewn together enough for me to... Yeah, mine were made for display, and so I'm always a little bit wary about letting kids anywhere near them because I don't want like choking hazards, you know, like who wants to be responsible for that? I just think it's, if you start out with that intention, I think, and so you can like make sure everything's fastened really securely at the start. So I think that's just genuinely so lovely. Ooh. Yep, it is 3:15 here on a Sunday afternoon. Did I single crochet and decrease or decrease and then single crochet? These are the questions we should be asking. Into slip stitch. There we go. Who's given us a little bit of turn? Oh, Ellie Dorney, thank you so much. Can't message in chat. Love your channel and creations. Well, thank you very much. That's very nice of you. I think there's 2 stitches there. But we were just going to go down to a decrease here anyway. Decrease and turn and slip stitch and turn, and this is getting ridiculous, and turn. And we'll do just one final single crochet to finish it off. There we go, and that should, see how it's got like that wonk to it? That's because those decreases all ended up on the same side. But I think it's going to work nicely for this Charizard, which is why I didn't stop it when we saw it happening. A big part of this whole endeavour has just been learning to embrace the chaos. So we'll pin this in place. We'll just trim off your solitary... Was that an umbilical cord or a chest hair, you reckon? In any case, we'll give it a snip. And we'll line that up. So yeah, I mentioned it briefly before, but we make all the pieces on stream and I pin them all together so you guys get an idea of what they'll look like, but then I do all the sewing off stream as part of my homework so that you guys don't have to sit there and watch me sew a million pieces together, particularly for something like him. And this is going to like extend down the tail. And I know that there was a lot of love for legs and flame next, so I'll do flame because it's a really quick little piece, and then we'll do legs. Time zones are crazy, Caitlin. I think my entire first stream was just me talking about how crazy time zones are. There we go. Embrace the chaos, trust the process. Exactly. So there we go. He's got his little tum-tum for little tummy rubs. Let's do a flame. Now, Charizard's flame looks like it is red and bright yellow, so I'm actually going to bring out entirely new colours for this bit. And actually, we did Charmander's as red and bright yellow as well. So we'll basically be making the exact same flame there. Red. Red. It's an orangier red than it's looking on either camera, but it's just, red seems to be one of the ones that doesn't pick up super nicely. Go. Okay, so we've got a little bit of red, we've got a little bit of yellow. Now, these are always, because they're a teardrop, it's so much easier to start at the base and work our way upwards. We're down here in the corner, guys. And we'll do like a zigzag with a couple of color changes around the middle, which is fun. You'll see when we get there. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger than Charmander's Flame because I feel like it gets a little bit of an upgrade, you know? I think that makes sense. So we'll start in our yellow. Fire. Magic ring of 6. We'll go up to 12 in our yellow, and then we will stop and assess how we're doing. Okay, sorry, I think the Tangler is upsetting people. Just swap it out for something a little gentler. How's that? And now he can just stare into my soul. Yeah, Australia can end up with like a different time zone for each one of its states and territories at a certain point of the year because some of us observe daylight savings, some of us observe half of daylight savings, and some of us don't observe it at all. So everything kind of gets scattered to the winds for a couple of months. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're actually closer here to being the same time in Japan than we are to New South Wales because Australia is big. We're big. I think it would take 2 days constant travel to get to the border of the state I'm in, but nobody fact check me on that. We're big. Polyron, you are welcome from your... We've put you out on parole from the Tangler's judgmental gaze. So we're going to bring in the shoulder gaze now. There we go. It's not nearly as piercing. Weak souls can't handle the pure judgment that comes from Tangle. Look, okay, Tangler's just seen some stuff, okay? And they haven't quite recovered from it yet. Now, if I remember my stream lore correctly, Jigglypuff and Tangler are actually romantically entangled. So, I don't know what Jigglypuff's been saying or doing, but Tangler's definitely seen some stuff. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, there is the base of our flame. We're going to go around with just 12 single crochet. Then we're going to do a whole lot of color changes. 3, 4, 5. I could do for Spike Stitch, I suppose, but I just want to make the fire the same way that I did for Charmander, and I did color changes for Charmander, so that's what we'll do here. There we go, and there we go. That's the base of our fire. So in this next row, we're going to alternate red stitch, yellow stitch, red stitch, yellow stitch. Red, etc. And that'll get us, or hopefully, the same kind of little zigzaggy flame pattern we've got going there. Ooh, Crochet Furby is fun. For a while there, it looked like I was going to get to make a cursed Furby or a biblically accurate Furby, but it didn't win the votes. So we put that particular dream on the back burner. So here we go, changing colours every single stitch. Good for that practice. Can we see Charizard and Charmander together? In 1 second. So I put this down, I'm going to get all tangled up. Have I made this flame too big? I may have made this flame too big. There we go. There we are. And back to yellow. So there we are. That's what that currently looks like with the little dimple, dimple, dimple.
May I borrow Tangela?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Bones has rescued you all from Tangela. He's come in and nicked him. The CK Discord is free to the public. There's a couple of channels that are Patreon only. They get like sneak peeks and spoilers and their own little chat, but yeah, most of it's just free access. There's a link in the description of the video, actually, if I've set it up correctly. There they are together. I understand that the scale is not really working here, but I still think that it's... There we go. Oh, bye Nikki, thanks for hanging out. Hi Nef1, welcome. And yeah, so now, oh, I don't know why I changed back to yellow. I should have stuck with my red. And we'll finish this off in red. But I think it's, I don't know guys, don't make the fire too big. No, he's a big dragon. He's supposed to have a big tail flame. And 4. 5 and 6. 7 and 8. There we go. I did kind of an odd number of decreases there. Well, so technically it was an even number of decreases. That was 4 single crochet decrease, which just leaves us with 8. I just wanted to like taper it off a little bit. Trim off the yellow, untangle ourselves. Oh, come on now. Untangle ourselves. Untangle ourselves. And we'll stuff it a little bit, but feed the flames. And that way we get a nice little like flame demarcation. Now I've saw some suggestions in the chat for how to do different kinds of flame, and that's all well and good, but I'm specifically trying to make the same kind of flame that I used for Charmander. It's deliberate choice. With the Cyndaquil line, I'm doing like brushed out fluffy flames. For the things like Magma or Moltres, I'm probably going to do a different kind of fire again. So this is, I'm happy with the kind of fire I've chosen for this particular lizard. Single crochet and a decrease and a single crochet. Which gets us down to 6. And we'll do a round of 6 and then we'll finish off. There we go. Danny, you've had 4 sets of ads in the last half hour? Anybody else having that experience? I have some limited control of turning down the frequency, but only if it's like attacking everybody. Gigachar. Yeah, we are making Charizard today. I was feeling brave. And we're 2.5 hours in and making pretty good progress, honestly. Because we don't need to sew them together, we just need to make all the bits. There is no more Tangela, only Tangela Spirit taken over. Yeah, Mr. Bones has kidnapped the Tangela. And I don't know what he's doing out there. I'm assuming making some kind of glasses? Okay, there we go. Fire! Oh, he's back.
As requested.
Oh, you guys. I don't think you're ready for this. Okay. Are you ready? I'm holding in my hand something pretty incredible. Oh my god. Aren't they great? See, this is what I mean. He makes them little props and stuff. And now, so yeah, he made Jigglypuff's little microphone, which is a safety eye and a piece of black tubing. And now Tangle has got his little glasses on. I think that's the sweetest. Okay, here we go. And we'll pin that fire on because we got distracted by utter perfection. And utter perfection brought Tangela back into the room. There we go. Alright, we have fire, water, eggy. Okay, legs. I promised legs, we will deliver legs. So legs are basically just chunky ball for a haunch and then like a paddle flipper, right? I'm not imagining this. Or I suppose I could approach them all in one piece. That's like a side view. He's got like claws at the front, which is fine. We can manage claws. And just big old chunks. So we might start at the sole of the foot and work upwards. Draw it from the front angle as well so I don't get lost here. Because otherwise I would have just done it as like an open ball stuck on. But if I start at the bottom and work all the way up to the top, we'll just... gives you better posability as well when there's not an opening on one side. There we go. Cool. Orange! Okay, legs. Actually, you know what? Before I get started on this, I'm going to go take a little... Oh, Katie, I'm so sorry. I was just about to say I think I'm going to go for break and go for a little break. So I'm going to swap over... I'm going to turn on my little break video and I'll be back in 5 minutes. So, and then we'll make the legs. Here we go. might be wondering why we're still scrolling. Well, it's because we have one lonely little entry at the end. Sorry, I'm obviously already back. I just want to let it finish playing. Alright, can you guys still hear me? We had to let LeChonk scroll up onto the screen, okay? It's bad enough that he's down there all by himself. It'd just be mean if we started excluding him from the Pokemon lists. So, yeah. I thought that was pretty funny. Okay, so we're gonna make the legs now. Oh, and I brought the Mew over. You guys were like threatening. That's our Mew for this series. Okay, good. All right, so yeah, we're making the legs now. I've got the little sketch here, just to recalibrate myself. And we're going to start at the sole of the foot, work up a little disc, add some little claws, and then close off and form the leg. Nothing too hard. I think the foot is actually intended to be like more like this shape. I think ours is going to end up being a little bit more oval, but I don't think you're going to be able to tell when you look at it. So sometimes that's just the next best thing. Oh good, we've sated Polyron for now. Exactly. It's just like LeChonk got made like almost by accident when I was just trying to prove a point about pattern hacking. I had my pig. Oh, you gonna let me grab you without... Okay, cool, I've got him out of the pile. I designed a pig at one point, and I was just making a point that you could like hack him into LeChonk. As in pattern hack, not with a cleaver. And yeah, you can. So I did. But it also does mean that he's not part of any like Pokemon video. He's just this little LeChonk that crops up somewhere and now exists purely to make my Pokédex ridiculously long for what it is. Because I did count all those spaces and I'm pretty sure I've got him in the right spot. Oh, thank you very much. Breeze just said that my Charizard's looking pretty good. I think so. I think that once we get some limbs on him and some wings on him, we'll... Oh, excuse me, we'll really be cooking. So I'm hoping, I don't know if this is too ambitious, but maybe another hour left to make the pieces here. And then we'll go to another vote because that's what we do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 and 12. So the joy of having designed as many things as I've got is I've got go-to ways of making pretty much everything, and so like the wings I already know how I'm going to do them. That's a good size for the feet. Yeah, Charizard's the first one. We've been going for almost 3 hours, but that's pretty normal for the more complex ones. That's why we've been sticking to more simple egg shapes up until now. Yeah, this time during our previous stream we finished 2 and I think we were taking a vote for, well we'd finished 1 for sure. We'd definitely already taken a vote for the second. I should be right. Writing this down. 6, and then we went up to an increase. And now we're going to put toenails on part of this. We're going to need some white, which I always have handy here. I've inspired you to make some little Pokemon yourself. I love that. Oh, you're going to make it for a little mobile. That's adorable. Who are you going to have? Are you going to like, are we talking like Jigglypuffs, or are you going to have like Aerodactyl up there circling the baby? I'm not live on TikTok. I don't really do much on TikTok. I've got the name over there and I've posted a little bit, but it's like Instagram. It's just like some places just aren't necessarily worth putting the energy into. go. There we go. Now, toenail wise, we could do picots, we could do trebles. I'm going to try picots, so we'll do a little picot. Then we'll slip stitch into the back loop of the subsequent stitch. And then we'll single crochet over the top of that in the next round to break up the colours. This will stop me having to do a million colour changes and honestly lowers the difficulty significantly in my personal opinion. So white, we're going to picot, back loop slip stitch, and we're going to do that times 2, and then we're going to picot and back loop slip stitch, change to orange, and then in orange we're going to finish that row. So that's 1, 2, 3 stitches of our 12, which means we should have 9 orange stitches remaining. So funnily enough, it's actually way harder to write down than it is to execute. First ever live stream. Well, welcome, Harry. Hope you have some fun here. We are, I like to think we're a little bit more on the chill side. Charizard have a nickname yet? I believe Mr. Bones was curating a list of recommended or requested names. And then, like, if we get a few and there's not like one clear winner, we put it to a vote. Just doing a color change back to me orange. Oh yeah, those are some glory claws. Rawr. And we'll go around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting like a pro. If anyone was paying too much attention, you'll note that I did an extra stitch there. That's just because I misaligned my first row. It's going to make absolutely no difference in the end. Alright, and so now we will single crochet over the top. Like this, tuck that to the front. I think this might be the same way that I did the teeth on the opossum. I can't remember. His teeth were great though. Okay. 2 and 3. There we go. Now we've just got the little claws sticking out. And we only had to change colours like twice, so perfect. Oh, we like the roasty potato, the spicy potato. Something potato related. You like the potato dragons? Alright, so that's 3 single crochet over, I'm going to call it over front loop. I'll explain what I mean in the notes. And then 9 single crochet around, back to the start. The next round we're going to close in on both the front and the heel. The front, no, sorry, looking at that, we're going to close in pretty significantly along the front here. And we're just working our way up into a little bulb. Spicy potato. I think Char is a perfectly serviceable name. As I mentioned, our Charmander's name is Charminister, because he used to have a monocle and a top hat and a walking stick. It was thematically appropriate. There we go. So now across the front here, we are just going to break out the big guns and we're going to go straight to a single crochet 3 together and just sloop them all away into nothing. Look at that. So that sort of like sucks in the top of the foot very, very quickly. See that? She's got tricks. She's got the tricks. What can I say? Potato bake. Brulee? No, I don't think I like brulee. Chipotle? Chipotle? He's a French fry. Because it's a potato and like fried in poutine. I don't think there's anything wrong. Great. You know what? Cheese is an excellent source of protein, and you should try and get protein in your breakfast. So your 3-year-old is already ahead of the curve. There we go. How do we think about the size of that stuff? Oh my. He has large feet, guys. Like very large feet. I think I need to change that. His feet are too big. That's too big for these feet. I'm doing them at a size 12 and at most they should be a size 9. I have to go back. I have to go back. Just don't look. Just don't look, guys. Don't look. I'll get through it. I should have measured that earlier. 11, 8. I'm watching the pain hit the chat. I'm so sorry. That hurt me more than it hurt you. Trust me on this. Whew. Okay, here we go again. This will be better. You'll see. It will be. At a certain point you learn to just trust your gut on some things, and my gut was screaming those legs are too big. Oh no. How is this piece of yarn now too short for what it was doing before? No, it's not. There we are. We made it. We managed it. We made it. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry for all of the... You'll cross Stompy off the list. Oh. And back to the start. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And see, look, it's not that much smaller. It's not that much smaller. It's just a little bit smaller. We took it down a half size. Took 3 stitches out of the round and that's it. There we go. And it was better to do that now than to finish the leg and then realise. Get your toenail out of there, thank you, sir. Three, and then 6 back around to the start. F in the chat for the Charizard feet. Here we go. And now we'll close off the front the same way we did last time, and we're back to where we were. One, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. And 6. Okay. Here we go. We'll tuck those little bits in. Look! A properly sized foot. And now they're the right size for him. Excellent. Excellent, 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 excellent. Good morning to Love to Crochet 315. I'm glad you're having a good morning. Alright, so at this point we are 9 stitches around and we want to start growing our little haunch. We want to grow it really aggressively. So we're going to come straight in with a 3 3 single crochet into the same stitch. I almost called it an increase 3. In the front loop here, because if you look at our little diagram here, we don't actually have much of any kind of shaping happening at the back, but we pinched all the way in at the front. Now we need to grow back out at the front. So that's where we do that. Yeah, so we'll ink 3 and then we'll 6 single crochet, and that will get us back up to 9, I believe. Yeah. I did not body shame the feet. Okay, it's a proportion thing. It was never going to work at that size. It's the same conversation I had to have with Mr. Bones at a certain point. I'm just like, look guys, if you're going to get uncomfortable when I frog, you're not allowed to watch me make anymore. Because frogging is a normal and healthy part of the process. And we're going to increase again. Yeah, we're going to get tangled in our yarn and then we're going to increase again. One and a 2 and a 3. Yeah, thank you, Caitlin. I don't think that's an unpopular opinion. I think that's a well-reasoned choice. The new feet are better. Hi, Elidorni. This one, and then there's this one here. Okay. I don't know how much more bulbous we need to make this. We'll see how we've already got quite a lot of growth just after 2 rounds. We're putting an increase there. So we're going to stop and try his new feet on for size. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like this. This is good. How far up his body do they normally go? Not very. We probably only have like 2 more rows. So we'll do 1 row of single crochet. Oh, they're already at 11. Do I start decreasing now? No, we'll do 1 row of single crochet and then we'll decrease aggressively to close them off. So they're not going to be much taller. We are going to need a tiny little sneeze of stuffing. Just like the barest breath. Hello to Melbourne. There we go. Okay, and we're going to do a round of single crochet and then we're going to decrease aggressively. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And don't think it's escaped my notice that these legs are 11 stitches around and not 12, just like the head and the neck kept being 13 stitches around and not 12. Like that's annoying, but it's what happens when you're working small, is you can't stick with nice even multiples how you'd prefer. You have to kind of go with the really obnoxious numbers that aren't divisible by anything. Somehow odd numbers just work better on smaller sizes, and I hate it. Okay, so it's around, and now we are going to, there's going to be a leftover single crochet, but where do we want to put it? Let's chuck it at the front. So we'll go decrease, decrease, single crochet. So 2 decreases and a single crochet, and then 3 decreases. Which will get our row down to 6 and then we'll finish off. Mr. Bones has admitted this scale is better, and I appreciate that. But when he says trust the process there, I think what he means is trust me. I've seen the glasses. I think they're great. They're so good. They're so well made as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's 7. Let's go another one. There we go. And finish off. And we'll just give this top little bit a little polish. And I'm glad I decided to make this all one piece, because like if it was any bigger, separate pieces might have been called for just with different stitch directions, but It's always much nicer when you can make it as like one solid piece, particularly when they're just tiny little toggles like these are. Ooh. Okay, and we'll just whack that one on the side, and we'll make the other one exactly the same, because the joy of not making like them open on one side. It can be a little hard to sew on in some cases, but it means that you can use the same bits for multiple bits. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. So while I whip up this second leg, you all need to start thinking about whether or not you want arms or wings next, because that's kind of the next question facing us. Rory? Oh, Rory's fun. You're all getting Tangler ready for the prom. Or for his wedding, of course, to Jiggles. Noodle Boy and Jiggles. You need a shirt that says I am the process. Yeah. I can think of a few shirts I wouldn't mind having at this point. I'm going to get some like iron-on transfer paper and start printing a couple for myself. Oh, I'm seeing wings. I'm seeing a demand for the wings, but okay, we'll do the wings next. Okay. So here's the sole of our, come on now, the yarn is doing that splitty thing again. There is the sole of our foot. Change to our white. Need a little bit more white. Go. Oh, you're making bay leaf at the moment. That's so cute. I love bay leaf. She's such a little jelly bean. Yeah, it's one. Just like, I appreciate that there might be an element of people getting like fatigued on how much Pokemon content I put out now that I do it every week. However, I also think that a lot of you tend to be very interested in how I go about designing things, and what the Pokemon do is they give a lot of really interesting shapes without a lot of the pressure of designing something completely new from scratch. And by design I mean drawing up something to make every week. And so like these are just a great little way of showing how to make a bunch of different shapes without the pressure on the creative process, I guess. I don't know. So, like, yeah, I do think that, like, even if you're not super into Pokemon, there's some, like, a lot of different shape variation, and so you're getting at least the crochet content that you're looking for, hopefully. Oh, okay, now I'm seeing arms, but, like, the wing group had a pretty strong argument there. Tell you what, how about I do a poll for you guys, and I'll leave the poll open until I finish making the foot. So, wings with an F, sorry, and arms. Next, there we go. All right, I'll close that poll off when I'm done here. So let's finish making this foot while y'all do that. So I'm happy to go either way. If we go wings, I've still got to find teal. Stitch around the back. Yeah, they're good practice problems, good homework. Plus I think it'd be fun to cut them all together into, like I said, the making all 151. It's interesting to find those things that I can do that I don't know if any other person could, well, not any other person, but any other YouTuber, I don't know, could do as speedily. And this is like a challenge that I've set myself. I've been wanting to do it since I first started crocheting. And may as well make a video out of it. And in the meantime, I may as well not sit in a room by myself while I'm working on it. So that's where you guys come in. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry about the F in wings, but I'm typing across the desk. I can't even see the keyboard. I'm just sort of mashing it approximately. Yeah. Four, 5, 6. Okay, cool. Foot is done. We just need to make the little leg. How to confuse your elderly cat. Have the food alarm go off in the lounge room, but you in the sunroom where their food is. Cat will stand in the middle not knowing what to do. Oh, that's so funny. Poor kitty. One. You demand a revote. The vote's still open. I'm seeing it though. It looks like Wings has the thing here though. I'll tell you what, even if we make the wings, I probably won't pin them on until after we've done the arms anyway, if that's what you're worried about. And yeah, just trying to whip this up. I think I saw before somebody asking if I can crochet without looking, and the answer is yeah, no. And if you're confused by that answer, that's because it's a confusing answer. I can kind of, like if I get the stitch started, I can look up in short bursts, but in general, I do have to be able to like glance down, like to position my hook every time. So like you'll see me like glance down, glance up to look at the camera, glance down, glance up to look at the chat. You won't stand for this malarkey. Am I going to do more dragon fusions soon? Yeah, honestly they are a really nice stress-free kind of video to make because I just spin a couple of wheels and see what happens. So there's a pretty healthy chance that there'll be one of those coming up soon. Yeah. Bobby pin, what are they feeding you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Cool. So 2 more rows to go. I don't know, what kind of dragon mashups do you guys want to see? Because like obviously my wheel has its limits. I like dragons in general. Yeah, granny squares and that sort of thing maybe. In general, I think that I try not to, yeah, like I'm sorry, now I'm hyper aware of the fact that I glance down every time I'm trying to position my hook just to make sure I'm going through the right loop and the right stitch, and then the rest of it can happen automatically. What do I do in my spare time? What's that? No, I like to do a little bit of gaming. I like to go visit my family who live away from here. And yeah, I'd say gaming is probably the correct answer there. Though I do, chasing that thought around until I catch it. I also read a little bit. I'm not very, like, it's just, yeah, I do what I do. 2 decreases. I also like jigsaw puzzles, and yes, that ages me terribly, but I think they're great. I have the best time. There's something really nice about restoring to order that much chaos. Just, yeah. Makes my brain all happy and whatnot. Seeing flying whale dragon in the chat. Oh, I forgot to stuff. Soda dragons or candy dragons. That could be fun. It's a nice change from the mushroom dragon type of request. Do I plan to make another video from Pokemon Soul Silver? I do. Okay, I promise. There is a very good chance that it'll be the next one that I film. I'm just worried about like oversaturating the Pokemon with you guys. So maybe if I do it that week, I have to either make the Pokemon for that video on stream, or maybe I do a dragon mashup on stream instead, just so that we're not like, yeah, I don't want to like wear you guys out before the video is done. Oh, you're doing a chocobo at the moment. Sorry, I got excited and lost my sentence halfway out. What is my favorite thing that I've crocheted? Oh, that's a hard one. I like many things for many reasons. Yeah, I like many things for many reasons. Like, for example, marigold is a pretty strong candidate. There's just a lot on Marigold's shelf right now. I also really like the dragonfly I made for the Don't Starve video, but let's try and get you on the screen, babe. Yeah. Marigold is one of my favorites. I showed Albert off at the start of the stream. It's like, I love my big dragony creatures and my big creaturey dragons. I got my rah. And honestly, the video this Thursday, which I'm not showing on the stream, the finished product, it's definitely a top 5 type of thing. So tune in on Thursday and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about there, because oh my goodness guys, he came out so freaking cute. You've been handed a brekkie pie. Well, aren't you the lucky one? I take it your husband finally woke up. Thank you, Polyron. I appreciate that. I like many things for many reasons. This is the correct response when choosing between your children. Yeah, well, it's just like, I like the big things, right? Because they're big and cool and they're some, I've stretched myself in some way, but I also really like things like the fidget slug, where I was playing around with a different technique there. And I like the one that I've just made because I was playing, again, around with a different sculpting technique. And so anything where I've had to like really extend myself or challenge myself tends to just live a little more fond in my memory than ones where I'm just like pounding out, you know, a cool creature, but like nothing was learned or gained along the way. There we go. We have Charizard's a very bouncy Charizard. Okay, we have our legs. They're pointing slightly too far back for this particular dragon to balance. Let's just adjust that. And wings looks like it has a commanding lead, so we'll do the wings next. I have a little trick to my wings. You've seen me make them several times now on various dragons and whatnot. Now, buddy, you're all stable. Oh, we got to turn the page. We've done a full page of notes. We very rarely have to turn the page in the middle of a Pokemon. Okay, so for this wing, you've seen that I've sort of set up our guide for it here a little bit, but what we do is we recontextualize it. Instead of looking at it as like a swooped shape with a lot of fancy nonsense going on, we recontextualize it as a right angle, and we form rows in this direction. I'm just working out where I want my rows to go. I think something like that would be good. So we'd start by like crocheting this longest end first, and then we come along with our orange and we'll attach the thingy over the top. Yeah. Oh, I'm really glad to know that. Thanks, Amy. You enjoyed the crocheting the sewing pattern videos. I really enjoyed making them. I wish I was faster, but I really enjoyed making those as well. And I think that I would definitely try it again with more the stuffed animal side of things than the wearable side of things, probably. That's just because, yeah, I don't have a lot of function for that. I'm very time poor, so anything that takes that long needs to be really worth it to me, and I don't think my craftsmanship is up to the point where it's really worth it to me to spend a week and a half, 2 weeks making a jumper when I can go buy one for like 10 bucks. That not to say that I don't adore the hoodie I made. Yep, wings decisively won. Kylie, you've R. What's wrong? That was such a decisive, like, rah. Someone, chat yelled at me, and I don't know why, and now I'm frozen. Teal. Teal. What do we think about this color? Is that better? This was the proposed color originally. Ooh, diamond painting. I'd like to try that someday. See, I thought this color was pretty close, but I know that it's slightly more blue, but I thought that was pretty close to the Sprite, looking at that. Whereas, like, this is more of a teal color. Again, just holding them both up at the same time. You've mentioned before that I like to cross-pollinate my crafts. What other crafts do I do? Okay, I like to It's not necessarily what I actively do, it's what I've done in the past, what I'm happy to do again, and what I kind of draw from. So like things like origami, I draw from like structural techniques with that. I actually include Lego as a craft because you can build with it. I would love to incorporate elements of paper mache or clay work, even though I haven't done either of those in a great many years. I have done them before, and like there's a lot of crossover there with like the multimedia and the building. I'm a big fan of additive sculpting as opposed to subtractive sculpting, so like building things up rather than like starting with a block and taking stuff away from it. And so like any of those elements can be like used. Yeah, used to like build things with. So like even now I'm starting to incorporate more like paint elements into some of them, some of the things that I make. But that's not to say I'm any good at painting. I can't paint a picture, but or I haven't tried. I shouldn't say I can't do something if I haven't tried. It's just like you'll find that you can do a great many things if you actually just try. But yeah, it's just like my main craft is still yarn based, but I do love some multimedia elements, and I would love to get more of them more involved for things like eyes, claws, those details that you can't really just quite capture in fibre. I also have an entire needle felting kit sitting in the corner with all the needles and some of the yarn waiting for me. And it's been waiting for me for at least a year now, but this is very stabby. And I don't know if I'm quite willing to pay that blood sacrifice yet. Hydrate or dihydrate, thank you very much. Idle widely, I totally have that giraffe, isn't it wonderful? Nancy White, thank you so much. When you crocheted your hoodie sewing pattern run, I laughed when you tried on the sleeves. Yeah, I had so much fun playing with that. It's just in between those moments of fun, there was just hours and hours and hours of stitching. And so like, that's kind of why I'm just like, I don't know if that's necessarily for me. I think that's actually just a good size for the wings as well. What do we reckon? I'm decreeing it. The ball color looks closer in your opinion. They're honestly pretty close in person. And the one that I've got two Charizards open on my screen, right? And on one of them it's this color, and on one of them it's this color. So okay, here we go. So I've chained 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So I'm going to chain a 10th one for a turning chain. And we'll go back. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. These wings might be a little small. Sure, Darcy. Hi, Mitch. So, look, don't everyone start asking for shout-outs or anything, but Darcy's been here for literally every single stream. 10 and 10, and I'm trying to decide if I think that's meh. Definitely say it's that way. Do we think that wing's big enough is the question. I think it will be. It's only off by 1 if it's off. Oh, I've got a little clasp in the wrong spot. Oh yeah, cool. So Knotted Nat says that they are currently crocheting a dragon and just tried silk clay over wire yesterday to make claws, and it seems to be working pretty well. That's exactly it. Like for claws and teeth. Something with like polymer clay, or even just like really cool eyes. We played around, myself and Mr. Bones, for a while there with crocheting like eyes and then like coating them with like wood glue or Mod Podge to try and give them like a hard shiny plastic look. And the results were mixed. We didn't really nail it, but it's definitely something I want to play with a little bit more in future. It's just like I feel like there's a lot of avenue here to make that sort of thing really accessible when buying big eyes is really expensive if you can even find them. If there was a cool way to like make them using stuff that you probably have in your craft area, tray, cupboard anyway, then, you know, bonza. Ooh, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 back. Sorry, I glanced up and I saw a comment like this. So yeah, I agree when it comes to sewing patterns versus crocheting. In crochet, you can approach things in a way more three-dimensional way. And in sewing, you're just limited by not being able to do that. So part of the interesting thing of cross-pollinating a lot of these crafts is you have to work out what you can apply and what you can't. Because like, yeah, with crochet, it makes way more sense to make a sleeve working around in some cases, or like just making them all as one big piece the way you can with the granny square hexagon cut or the granny hexagon cardigan. I forget what it's called, but I have one and it's awesome. It's just like there's no reason to do that the long way if there is an easier way to do it using a different craft. But there's also like the things like with origami, right? You're using the properties of paper. You can fold it, you can create stiff folds, you have flat planes, that sort of thing. You can't apply those same principles to crochet, but you can apply some of the interlocking and some of the movement principles to crochet, which is what I did with the slug. It's just like, yeah, it's just, I think about this stuff. I'm interested in this stuff. I love the idea of, I love articulated crochet. Wild Australianism. I don't remember the last time I said bonza, so you're welcome. Like that is just not something that's part of my vocabulary or my vernacular, so it really was a wild Australianism. And we'll go back. Still not mega convinced on the size of this wing, but we're coming together. Okay, there we go. And we'll turn around and we'll come back. 1, 2, 3. One thing that I would like to try, I'll admit this, and it's one of those ones where like I say it out loud and then I think about it for a second, I'm like, oh no. But you know those really fancy quilts? Can you imagine like crocheting all of like the little bits to make one of those really fancy like quilts? I never will, but one of you should definitely try it. Alright, that was 3. Do I want to go down to 4? I think I might want to go down to 4. Turn. And back and turn and twist and turn. Holly, he will regret all of that cheese at a certain point. You ever want to see an Australian cry, you start singing that Still Call Australia Home song. That the Qantas ads just really nailed it. Okay, there we go. And just like that, we have a wing. Well, part of a wing. The first part of a wing. Finish off there. Normally I'd just continue on with the orange, but I don't want to confuse this too much. I'll just whip up a second one now. Oh goody, I didn't write half of that down. I think I did 2 rounds of 4, and then I did a 2. And we'll just hope that it turns out the same. Oh, cool. So Sam says that they do polymer clay sculpting as well as crochet, plus art journaling and other paper crafts. A bit of all sorts. My main craft is definitely crochet. Yeah, so like my main craft settled as crochet. Before that it was almost definitely like doodling. I did a lot of like doodling. I'm wondering if I've got the book in here. I don't. I have many doodles that I've done over the years. I like lots of detail packed into tiny spaces, which I suppose makes sense with the crochet thing. I started with a magic ring. See, that's what happens when you guys distract me. We end up with a magic ring instead of a chain. Rosie, I am completely fine with people selling things made from my patterns to the point where I actively encourage it. Go forth, make money, make your life easier. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As long as things made with my patterns means things you've crocheted from them. And not like you've taken the pattern and turned it into a book. Please don't do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no, another hook broke? Oh no, it's just lost. Holly, oh good, you found it. That's right, the casualty, Mr. Bones, you need to adjust that back down to 1. Alright, Stephanie, you have not missed much. We are making Charizard, and we are taking our time. We are 3.5 hours in, and we have accomplished this. We are just making his wings, and then we need to make some little arms. And then we'll be voting again for our next one. One, 2, 9, 10, and 6. Excellent. The casualties are down to 1. Oh, main hobby being leatherworking is interesting to me because, yeah, just like honestly anything like that is interesting to me because like I've said before, I feel like there's a lot of cross-pollinating that can be done. It's like I'm fascinated by glass blowing, but it's like one of those things where I've just had to put it in the bucket of that is not something I will practically ever get the chance to try, and not only because I'm really afraid of getting burned. Like, I feel like I'd be too flinchy to do it properly, even if I were to be given the opportunity to give it a go. Like, yeah. Uploading to Instagram Reels. No. Oh, awesome, thank you. I think he looks pretty good. What happened to Caitlin? You just lost Yarn Chicken. No! That's the worst. There's a lot of animals involved with crochet. We've got like frogging, we've got yarn, chicken. Just a few more creatures than you would expect at first glance. I suppose it's technically like some people call it wool. I called it wool for the longest time, and then I got dressed down in the comment section for referring to my yarn as wool when it was acrylic. Just like wool I used to just think it was the catch-all term, you know, for pretty string. I was wrong. Ooh, resin work is something really cool. I would love to like get a little more involved in that again from a safety eyes perspective. I think there's very rich ground there. And sewing wise, I have my sewing machine. You would have seen it featured in 2 of my thumbnails recently. I've even made some of my own clothing before, but in general, I find it not, like I said before, I don't find that the end product is worth the time I have to put into it to get it. And I have a deep distrust of patterns because, sorry, those patterns are not... Sizing is tricky. Did I just like accidentally a whole wing? I did, I accidentally the whole wing. Go me. Oh, bookbinding is fun. I saw Nerdforge do like, she does those pretty covers for book sets and stuff, and it just gives me the crafting itch. Yeah, all wool is yarn, but not all yarn is wool. Exactly, Flushed Phoenix. You'll note that I do refer to it as yarn now. I have learned that particular lesson. But, yeah, it was one that I had to learn at the hands of the public. There we go. So we have the base of our little wings, and now we'll grab our orange again. For some reason it's all the way over there, but we've found it. And we're going to attach... And we're going to have to work one from like the tip to the base and one from the base to the tip. Because otherwise the stitches will be facing the wrong way on one of them, which is going to be annoying. Don't like that super much, but we will get over it. That tip. And I'm going to try and work over the tail as well, just to make this whole thing a little bit neater. There we go. So there we are, and I'm just going to hold that along the back as I go. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and that leads us to the top corner, so we'll do 10. And in this top corner we're gonna... Am I picoing? No. I thought I was picoing, but my hands are doing something else. Okay, I chained 3 and then I'm slip stitching twice down the chain. Fair enough. So 10 single crochet and then chain 3 and turn and 2 slip stitch. Then single crochet into corner again. Sorry, I'm just making some good notes so that I can make them part of the written notes, because I like, admittedly the Pokemon patterns aren't as fleshed out as they could be, but I do try to make them comprehensible. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is vivid, these two colors together. 7. Yeah, 7. 7 down the side. 7 to base. Cool. And now for the other one, we'll do that in the reverse order. Wing. Part of me wishes I'd used the other blue, but it's fine. You need to have the courage of your convictions. I made my choice. So for this one here, we'll start at this end. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoop, whoop, whoop. 6, 7, and then we'll find the little pointy corner gap, which is there. A little single crochet in there, and then we'll do the same thing where we'll chain 3, which is not really a picot, because we're slip stitching down it to create slightly more of a prong. Dragon prong. Then once again in the corner. Trying to clean up these ends as I go. I'm going to try and crochet over the tail preemptively, so don't mind me as I just try and do something ridiculous. 1. I think this is going to work actually, but only if I can keep... Now it's anchored there, I can just pull as much as I need. 2. 3, 4. This is shorter. I think I missed one there. I did. You see that? I missed one. But it could be our little secret if we wanted it to be. No, we'll go back. We'll go back. I went back. Let the record show. There we go. And one in the end. And we've already tucked that end away. You just can't really tell yet. So see here, we're going to be able to pull that flat, but first we have to finish off. And to do that, I actually need to get my ball, which is all the way under here. It went on an epic quest. So. You can tuck the whole thing through. Which is sometimes easier than others. Get through there. Oh, I should have just weaved the end in. wings. And I promised I wouldn't pin them on until after we made the arms, so there they are. Oh, Hydrate or Dojo. Thank you, Darcy. I'm so sorry. Hello, Zavira. Thank you and welcome, welcome. Oh, bye, Sam. Have a good nap. The middle egg of Execute is just staring right into your... Oh, not another soul-staring egg. They're all kind of staring up at the moment. They all got jostled around a little bit. Okay, so we just have our arms to go on this fella. And as mentioned, he has kind of a shoulder bulb, and then a spoke, and then an arm with some little claws. And they are quite small little claws. So we need a small shoulder joint. Very small. Ooh, very small arm. Charizard skips arm day. And I'm gonna have to start at the hand for sure. We're gonna go noodle, not elbow. Okay. She has a plan. There we are. Oh, Star you? The others all on screen. There you go. They're the 3 that we finished last stream. We should get to at least one more this stream as well. It's just taken me a hot second. The arms are the final piece for this guy though, and then we'll move on. And I'm pretty pleased with how he's turning out, honestly. Yeah, we're gonna start the claws for sure. Don't tell me Charizard's wings are orange on the back. I don't want to hear that. They are. Oh. I know how to fix it, it's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're still just going to finish making the arms first now that I've started that process. Just don't let me forget, okay? Don't let me forget to go back, because all I'll do is I'll remake the teal piece in orange, and we'll just sew it on the back. It's not how I would have done it if I'd noticed that first off, but it's how we'll do it now, and it'll be fine. So now we're going to make us some little claws, and we're going to do picots just like we did with the little toenails. So one little claw and a single crochet. Do I like this? I'll proceed for now. I don't know if I like this. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not trusting the process. I'm going to make notes anyway. I'll go around one more row, and if I don't like it... My hook got banned. Charizard's arms do look weak. Yeah, they're totally... He skips arm day. I'm sorry, you can tell from all pictures that he is not an arm strength based Pokemon. That's one. Get to the front, would ya? 2. 3. Cool. And then here. Okay. I'm not going to leave him like this. It's okay. I'm just checking for size. He's going to have disproportionately large hands for what he is. But we're going to make it work. It's just going to, it just is what it is. Single crochet around, and then we're going to do a single crochet 3 together and 3 single crochet. So we're down to a round of 4 stitches at that point. And oh, I forgot completely about Tyrant and Tyrantrum. I don't know if that, you know, the fossil Pokemon that look like the T-Rex baby and the T-Rex adult? They would be hard to make, I reckon. There was a question from like 2 hours ago. Who do I think will be the hardest? Just like so many of them. So many of them look impossibly difficult. It's part of the fun. Okay, that's that. And then 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we've got our hand, we've got our tiny little arm. Rawr. Rawr, rawr. Oh no, am I bendy facing again? I got the bendy face, guys. It does what it wants to do. 1, 2, 4. I'm going to try and do a round of 4 just to try and highlight where these stitches go. 2, 3. Oh, that's much easier. 3 and 4. And now we are going to increase it out into the bulb of the shoulder. Back to 6, which is at least a reasonable number of stitches to have in one's round. Whereas like 4 is just not okay. You know what I mean? There we go, and there we go. There we go. Do you need more of a shoulder than that? Or is that big enough for a shoulder? That wasn't in English, and I should try talking and articulating a little bit more. Oh, his poor derpy little hands. They're clubs. I've made him clubsed. I think we are going to go one size larger. Do I want to go one size larger or not? No, we're just going to go around. We're just going to go around. It'll be fine. Charara. Give him pom-poms. But then, who's Sis Boom Bar? Is that Squirtle or Blastoise? So we're going to have Chara, Sis Boom Bar. Rar. Do I keep saying rar? I didn't even notice. Ooh, fire pom-poms. That's fun. I have a rubber hose type face. Thank you, I think. Oh, I'm so sorry, Grim Squirrel. That is one of the risks you run, though. It's that yeah, sometimes I've got to count. I will remember to hydrate, I promise. Hey, Doxymum, comparison is the thief of joy. Your 10 rows are probably great and fine, and like don't compare yourself to other people. That's not like that way. Yeah, like I said, comparison's the thief of joy. You have 10 more rows done now than you had at the start of this stream. That is progress. I think that was 2 rows of 6 single crochet, but we'll find out when I make the next one if it's the same length. It's a good thing, yes. Pink Remus, it's fine. I'm sure I've been called worse. Yeah, that's one little arm. We'll whip up the other little arm. How many stitches are in each row? Oh, that's true. That's true. How many stitches are in each of those 10 rows? Because, like, all added up, this guy doesn't have that many stitches to him. One, two, three, four, five. Honestly, I'm pretty excited at the fact that it's looking like I might get this guy done if I scoot before the 4-hour mark. Like, that's significantly shorter than I anticipated for some of these. Like, I think of them as like the big name Pokemon, like the ones where the details super matter because people will come for you if you get them wrong. So like Venusaur, Blastoise, those sorts of ones. This one here. Any of the legendary birds. I kind of thought, like, particularly on stream where, like, distractions abound, like 6 or 7 hours was more realistic. But if we can get all of these pieces done in 4, and then I can just do, like, an hour of sewing at some point before next week, that actually recontextualizes a lot of this challenge for me a little bit. Lord, I hope you guys pick one of the potatoes next, though. I don't know if I've got a full length, like, proper extravaganza. Sorry, the fibers, oh my goodness. You know what, we're taking a jelly bean break. What color am I eating? I've had a pink, I've had a yellow, and I've had a black. Do I want cherry, apple, or orange? They're kind of the mid flavors, they're fine though. Let's go with, that's a cherry with a little bit of black currant on it, so we're gonna go with cherry. Ugh. That's awful. That's so gross. Oh, ugh. I'd rather a licorice flavored jelly bean than that. Ugh. You ever try to run away from your own tongue? This is not the first time it's happened to me. Hi, would you like some jelly beans, honey? Is that why you're here?
Yep.
Aim for the cherries.
Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness, you've done 1,500 stitches. That's ridiculous. Don't you go compare. Now I'm comparing myself to you and I'm losing my joy. Oh my goodness. Can I do an oddish? Hopefully. I've done Vileplume already. I would love to make the rest of that evolution line. Though I've seen some really fun suggestions about how to do this in future. Like, we could give you the choice of if we want to, like, evolve one or catch a new one and then, like, hunt in the grass for one, or evolve one of our existing ones or complete an evolutionary line. Yeah, but I just kind of want to, like, spot a few more around first. Because I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that once there's a few more around the place, those sorts of games become a little bit more fun. Because currently, most of the Pokemon would be in the grass. That makes sense. And so, like, I'd just do like a grid where I erase grass until we find one. Mr. Bones has volunteered to hide them in there. Oh, okay, cool. New hook though. New hook day. Does that cancel out the 2 that have gone missing or broken in the course of the stream? Oh, excuse me, sir. Guardian of the jelly beans. Who is judging who now? I saw the word judgment in the chat, so I know that one of them is staring at you again through the camera lens. I'll look in a second. Three and... Oh. Oh my god, the facial expression on that dang tentacle. Yeah, you guys voted to leave his face like that, so we left his face like that. 4 stitches is not a lot of room. I'm not enjoying this. I feel like it's going to go wrong any second. In fact, there we go. See, it just did go wrong. I'm now working exclusively in the front loops for this row because I can't find the back loops. They've been sucked away inside forever. That happens sometimes. That happens. This doesn't really impact much. Not on my patterns anyway. Am I blinking in and out, or is that just me? I feel like every time I look away, the camera flashes to black. It's like trying to catch the fridge light when it's on, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. Oh no, that answers it. That's what it is. It's the chat window on the other script. Well, I'm catching movement from the corner of my eye, and it's moving up. That's what it is. You guys are chatting, and it's freaking me out. Oh, we lost a needle now. Oh no! Oh, I did blink. Okay. Just... My camera's not that warm, but okay. Noted. If we drop out suddenly, guys, I'll honestly probably call it for the day. But if we don't drop out, we will do another vote and make another one. It's like sometimes the internet gods speak decisively. Yeah, I find that I find a lot of bobby pins whenever anybody vacuums, or whenever I vacuum, but I also am guilty of really enjoying the plink sound they make as they get sucked up the vacuum cleaner, so I know where all of my bobby pins may have ended up. We've only done the one, Ghosty. We've been working really hard. We're just making the final pieces for him now, and we'll be doing another vote probably before the 4-hour mark, so that's what the top of the hour, wherever you are. For me, it'll be 5 o'clock. I knew we were in for a long one today when I set it up the way that I did. We'll probably only do 2 today, assuming that we finish whatever you vote for next. But I'm also not embarrassed to just call a stream when I run out of steam, so to speak, or if my camera starts blinking excessively. Yeah, Nidoran's too good. Oh, Nidoran's actually just scoping out the jelly beans. Go. Our second little pausey. And now, as promised, I will go back and make the additional pieces for those wings, but it won't take me longer than 2 or 3 minutes. I need pins. I've been moaning about it for months now, if not years. It's just like I never have enough, and they're never sharp enough, and my pins are all really old, and like all of the colour is cracked off the ends of them. Been using the same pins the whole time. I just need to get some more pins. It's like in a little bunny pose. Hop, hop, hop. And, right, I'll just make the back panel for each of these now. Just as quick as possible. Alright, so we are blinking. Thank you, Sam. I'm remembering. We're doing the thing. Hmm? This is going to make the wings a little bit thicker than I wanted them to be, but it is what it is, and we are sticklers for the details because I appreciate that I'm treading on people's nostalgia and their childhoods, and like the details matter. They do. It's the little details that make us who we are. I am unlikely to ever get a PO box at this point. That's currently just how I feel about it. I would rather you give gifts to people in your local community or in your social circle than send it to somebody like me. Spoil yourselves. That is my official stance on that subject. That said, if you want to share photos of stuff you've made, I would love to see those. I do scroll Instagram occasionally, but Discord's a better place to do it. Or what I also just really like is hearing the stories. Like I get really excited when I hear that somebody made their otter and gave it to their mother for Mother's Day, or they made their co-workers. I don't even remember what the rest of that story was, but you know what I mean? Like I love hearing that somebody made all of the Pokemon for their 1-year-old and now they have them, and it's just like that's what I really like hearing and getting from you guys. So let's share stories with me. We don't need to be sending presents. I wiggles them in a changing angle instead of sticking them straight. Oh, pins. Pins. Did somebody ask the pins question? I love the pins question because it's such an easy question to answer. Did I finish this wing? I don't know if it's quite done. Hold on 1 second and I'll show you how I pin things. Yeah, cool. Done. Oh, golly, I'm good sometimes. I love it when I just like zone out a little bit much and then suddenly there's a wing. Yeah, so the pin question doesn't really apply to these pieces, it's just 2 flat pieces that I'm pinning together here. But I'm assuming that the question is, how do I stop the pins just pulling straight out? And there is a trick to it. The first wing there. So if I unpin this arm for a second, like if you just stab pins in, they pull straight out, right? But if you'd use the old bobby pin trick, so we want it there, what you do is you put your pin in a little bit, and the word is perpendicular, but it just means sticking straight out, and then you like flatten it against the work and push it the rest of the way in. It does hold more, I just didn't do it very well. It just will cling more tightly to the work. And we do it again here, a little bit in, then flatten and push. And now that those pins are more firmly in place. And we'll pin the wing on. There we go. And we need one more back to the wing. Oh, I won't do it in 30 seconds, but pretty close to the top of the hour. Okay, Emily, I love that story and I'm going to read it out to everybody. So Emily has said that they started with a rubber-ended hook and would always get pain in their elbow and wrist, and it would take a week in a pattern. It would take me a week in a pattern to stream ago when, so it would take a while to do it. And then a little while ago I was talking about the fact that I use boy hooks and I like a nice thin hook because I can like grip it really loosely and just roll it really easily. And Emily's just said that it popped out 9 patterns since swapping to boy hooks. And so like, again, I'm not shilling for the brand, I'm just saying I use the brand and I've never had any kind of problems with that kind of wrist, or when I end up with like repetitive strain injuries, it's because I've used a larger hook or because I'm working on too heavy of a project. This hook I've never had hand or wrist problems with. So 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's not big or ergonomic, I'm just not squiggling the life out of it. 8, 9, 10. I feel like my screen is slowly sliding around again. Sorry about that, guys. It's not really anchored down. But while I finish this up, because it's only going to be like 2 minutes, how about I get the vote started for the next section? So let's swap back to, I think it's this one. Okay. And we'll get the poll going. Oh, I'm not typing anyway. And we've got 1, and we've got 2. I love that the casualty rate is still getting tracked. We have 1 and 2 and 3 and 5. So you guys make your choice while I finish making this piece. And I think that once the Pokédex is a little bit more fleshed out, it'll become a little bit more obvious who is who. Like, I think Charizard was immediately recognizable today. But I think 1, 2, and 3, because this isn't... Yeah. 1, 2, and 3 could be just about anyone from your perspective, because it's from the larger Pokédex grab. So each one's not a complete row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Well, 1, 2, 8... And that one's 9. Ooh, 3 has picked up a commanding majority right from the get-go. Was 3 the second favorite before? I don't recall. I could look up the stats, I suppose. I think 3 might have been the favorite before. I would love to know if you guys have a guess onto who number 3 is. Like, are you voting for number 3 because you know who it is? Or are you voting for number 3 just because it feels like a good location to put another one? It's Boy, the name of the hook. B-O-Y-E is the hook I prefer to use. I have never found, since I've been looking for one, another one in the pale blue colour, which I liked. I can find one in like a super saturated blue colour, which I don't like so much. I'm kind of just holding out hope that I'll be able to find another one in pale blue. Probably on eBay. I'll go looking. Yeah, see, I'm leaving the choices up on the screen while I get this piece done, so you guys have the time, if you want to try and work out who we think they are. Okay, so we've got 3 because it's your favourite number. Oh, we think that one might be Nidoking. Good morning to Texas. Yeah, cool. And then somebody else saying it was just a good location. I agree, because that's a location that will be quite prominent in my thumbnails. And I like it when like you can see a little bit of a difference from week to week, because I'm trying to keep them all the same, because I think it's fun to just slowly see them fill in. After the fact, I have been changing them so that people can see what we're making. That's just a convenience thing. All right, I think I've just finished off that wing. You tried to vote potato. It is an E/4 3.5mm is the hook I'm using. Boy, B-O-Y-E. All right. The vote is going to stay open. I'm just going to swap back to the make screen so you can see me pin this guy together, because I mean you've been with me this long. I'm assuming you want to see how this guy ends. Okay. Okay, and we'll pin this wing on too. Wow, I don't know where that came from. So everything will be moved around and finessed a little bit in the sewing, but I will have him ready to reveal to you guys in the next stream, which will be next week. Don't know at this point if it'll be Sunday or Monday. I haven't decided if I'm going to stay on a weekend or on the weekday, but yeah, there we go. That is an approximation of what our Charizard looks like. I think he's going to come out really good, actually. Now, do we have a name picked out for him? Current name suggestions. Henry Cavill. I did not suggest that. I was referring to his jawline. Charles by Fluent and Fangirl. Bernard by Rachel. Trouble by Kate. Rory by Darcy Rose. And Charara by Dante's Inferno. Names are in Discord. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Bones. You're... Let's see. I think that of those names, I'm pretty partial to Rory, and I'm pretty partial to Charara. Because, like, Charara is kind of the name. It's the sound he makes, like, Charara. So, there we go. All right. Oop, dropped him. Dropped the lizard. And there they are, side by side with one another. He was not as scary as I thought he would be, but he still took 4 hours and 6 minutes, plus time for sewing, but we won't talk about that. Let's close off this vote because I think it's pretty... Oh, do I leave the vote open? I'm thinking I'm going to go for another little break. Not a long one, just a little one. And then we'll come back and I will close the vote. So I'll leave the vote open for now. I'm going to show the same break as I did before, so you guys can enjoy watching the Pokédex scroll. I will be back in just a minute. You guys caught me. I see that some of you have been doing some sleuth work while I've been stuffing my face. Yeah, I don't remember which one's which. You've gotten them approximately correct, but let's just close off this vote. You've clearly chosen number 3. There we go. So number 3 was the clear winner at 41%, and 5 was the runner-up at 32%. I will show you all of them just to ease your minds. So we picked number 3, which is this one here. Nope, you can't see it. I will swap the screens. There we go. So you picked number 3, which is this one here, and that is... Oh, there we go. We're making Clefairy. So that is who we'll be making for the rest of the stream today. I'm just going to turn on my big eraser and show you who else you could have been making. So we could have had Doug Trio, who is just a meme at this point, because I think you managed to somehow not pick him every single stream so far. We had Eradicate, who would have been really cute, guys. I had the most perfect fuzzy potato planned for y'all. And of course, number 1 was Nidoran Male, which is why Nidoran Female is starring in the stream today, or at least co-starring in the stream today. So that's fine. Of course, all of them will come up again in the future, but we're going to make Clefairy now. Ah, what did I do? We're gone. Ah. Sorry about that. I forgot to turn that off. Settling on a name, I liked Charara. Because like, Charara. It just sounds like the sound he makes, and it sounds like the sound I make. So, yeah, I went ahead and made the decision on that one there. But Clefairy is coming up. Let's turn off our Izzard. Turn on our Airy. There she goes. She's so pretty. Now, do we reckon the tips of those ears are brown or black? Because I planned on black, but they look brown there. You did, Rat. I'm so sorry. You missed Raticate. It was there. It was waiting. I had the colours all prepped, and they're here somewhere. Did I put them away? I must have shuffled them off the desk. But they were here, and they were great. Oh, yep. Nightbreed, thanks for hanging out. Chara, ooh la la. Exactly. Right, Andy, the poll, we were picking who we were making next. So we've just finished our Charizard, and Clefairy has been chosen. So that's what that poll was about. You came in at the tail end of it. We will only be making 2 today, because I've got my sister coming to dinner later, and so I do have to stop and deal with that in the next 2 hours or so. But that's okay, we have time for a Clefairy for sure. Clefairy. For some reason I'm doing this on screen. Enjoy. I've forgotten how I normally do things. Let's scooch everybody back off the back off. Back. Back. Then we need to draw. Is there any spoilers on the other side of this? No, good. We've got to be careful. The tips are more brown, but also black. They're brown, they're brown, they're brown, they're brown. Okay. Do we have to consult Bulbapedia on this? Alright, how about we take it to Bulba? Where's the L? There's a tentacle in the way. Bulbapedia. Because they describe all the colours that are used for different ones. And that might help us get started. Bipedal pink Pokemon with chubby, vaguely star-shaped body. A small pointed middle tooth protrudes from the upper left corner of its mouth. It has wrinkles beside its black oval eyes, a single dark pink oval mark on each cheek, and large pointed ears with brown tips. You guys are correct. Brown. I was not prepared for brown, but we'll adapt on the fly. Because I was ready for Diglett and Doug Trio. So brown. We're pretty short on browns, but brown and pink. Pink. It's very pale pink, but it's pink. Get you out the way. So we have our colours. And we'll close that off again. They are brown grey. Oh, do I break out the brown grey? Because I could break out the brown grey. Shoot. Sorry, I'm just dismissing a screen. I didn't want it open anymore. Do I have brown grey in here? What happens when you catch me unawares? I could... I have brown grey. Alright guys, I need a decision. Well, I'm going to draw, but I need to know if left or right is closer to the grey, the brown that you're envisioning. Because I thought this was a really cute colour palette, but this might be more accurate. So I'll leave them on screen while I draw our little Clefairy friend over here. So Clefairy is egg. I'm pretty sure that they are canonically alien. As in like from the literal moon. They've got like one giant toe on each foot. And the trick will be making her short and squat enough that there's room to make a taller, thinner Clefable. I'm seeing mainly left here, so you guys like this colour? Alright, noted. We'll put the brown grey away. Later. I nicked it off my shelf. And then we've got little tube arms, which seem to have a thumb and two claws. Clefairy, Clefairy, Clefairy. Make her shorter and fatter than this as well. Well, not fatter, but shorter, little. And we'll do a little closed mouth and a big curly-do. And we'll do safety eyes because they have some life to them, but we'll extend them by putting some black with them, which will give them that oval look. And, oh, we need another pink for the cheeks, which I have here. Yep, there we go. I had that set aside for Eradicate. Have I ever done Digimon? No, and I don't really, like, I'm not really super involved with Digimon. I try not to, like, engage fan bases that I'm not super part of. Like, my childhood was Pokemon, which is why there is so much Pokemon. You think the votes seem close? There is a pair of tiny butterfly-shaped wings on its back. Thank you. There is a pair of tiny butterfly-shaped wings on its back, because of course there are. Are we talking like this? Can't wait to see Muck. I can't wait to see Muck. I've buried my mouse in yarn. We're all just gonna... Why did I have red out before? For the tail of Charizard. I'm just going to clear my desk a little bit. Just bear with me, guys. Sorry. I can put some of this stuff away now, because we know who we're not making. Ah, what could have been. Yeah. And to shreds, I say. There we go. That goes in there. That goes in there. And suddenly, there's room to move. Okay, that's better. I now have room to swing my arms around a little bit. Okay. Is there a tail? I'm gonna Google Clefairy from behind, which is never something I will do live on stream, showing the screen, because people have done some unspeakable things to Pokemon. Oh, wait, no, I have a trick for this. Hold on one second. I'm pretty sure I have one in Pokemon Go. Nope, that's Unite. Ah, wrong button. They're both represented by Pokeballs. I'll show this on screen in a second. I'm not just casually playing on my phone in the middle of it. I am opening Pokemon Go, and I'm pretty sure I have a Clefairy. I haven't played in a really long time, but I'm pretty sure I had most of the original 151. And then I'll be able to turn around and see what her little wings are without soiling my eyes with Google image search. Maybe later. Okay. Okay. Wow, all of those notifications stress me out. Alrighty. Yeah, here she is. Okay, yeah, you can see. Oh, wow. All right, so her ears look like that. I would have gotten that wrong. I'm glad I got this out. Okay, she has a tail. She has a tail. Okay, there are some decided oversights that very nearly happened here. So we've got like a tail. This is not the simple Pokemon I thought it was. You know, the rest of the shape. The shapey shape. Okay. This is going to be our official portrait, even though it doesn't capture all of the details. But there were some definite details I needed to pay more attention to. The real question here is, can I be bothered crafting this as an all-in-one piece? Or do I just want to sew legs on? I think I'm probably going to sew legs on because I'm tired. But alright, piece breakdown is where this gets important. So we have our main egg. She's not super, like, wide. She's just sort of egg. I keep saying egg. So we'll do, like, body egg. With like little face. Little face like there. Little face. Tiny little face. Then her ears are triangles, which is at least helpful. And we're going to have to watch our colour changes because they're like... I'm going to be doing that all in the same colour, I think. I'm probably not going to put brown on... Oh, do I put brown on the outside and black on the inside? I'm just completely... Yeah, don't Google Jinx. Okay, well, it's good to know that there's a decent Sketchfab model to look at. For now, I think I'm doing okay with my Pokemon Go because, like, I can rotate it like a potate. We're already naming. So I think those ears are actually black underneath and brown on top. I think I did see someone say that in chat as well. So that just makes them a million times harder. That's fine though. It's fine. We got a hair curl, which is just not too hard. We've done those for Jigglypuff before. Good old jiggles. The tail. I suppose I should do arms and legs. No, and I do just want to state for the record that this is a prime candidate for one that you would normally make just by making two little leg stubs and then joining them in the round, because the way they're attached is pretty perfect for it. It takes a lot more mental energy to do that, and after Charizard I can't be bothered, so I'm really sorry guys. But like, that is, for anybody who's watching this just purely for the how to design type vibe, you would absolutely create this as one piece. There are Pokemon popping up on my thing. So we've got little leg nub. And we need a little arm nub that has like white claw and little pink claw. So like, I'm just going to colour those in a different colour so I don't forget. And those are tiny little wings, aren't they? Okay, so we'll make two tiny little wings. And then that tail is a sizable spiral. But again, not a problem, just a long tube that we roll around itself. So a few more pieces than anticipated for this one. I viewed her from the front and thought she was an easy little egg, and I was wrong. Oh, alas, alack. No, we're fine, we're good, we're having a good day. I think we landed on left for our brown, but I'll pull in black as well. Because if we're going to do this, we're going to do it properly. You don't half-ass one thing, you whole-ass the thing. Okay, let's start us off with an egg. Eggy. You guys can feel free to like start naming her in the chat if you would like. It's just a pink offcut there, and then here we go. There's the end. Whew. Ha ha ha. All right, magic ring of 6. Yep, Thanks, Andy. I appreciate that. Does work on one from the official. 17 parts. Wow. Hi, Logan. Good morning. I think Moonbeam is a serviceable name. She's a little moon creature, little moon man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we're starting with our little magic ring. I'm going to bring back up my chat window so I can read it properly. It's currently covered by Clefairy butts. Ah. Alrighty, and we're going to expand. There we go. Okay. Out we go. So how big around do you guys reckon we should make her? Because, like, this is Jiggles for reference. And I think Clefairy should be of a similar size, but probably slightly larger than Jiggles. And cards on the table to make Clefable. I'll probably just add some extra rows of single crochet in the middle and otherwise keep the same shape. Oh, we like the name Jellybean. Starburst is fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One more. Yeah, Jellybean is on theme for this stream as well. Because, like, that jar of jelly beans is unlikely to make it to a future stream. I just have to wait for you all not to be looking. Right, 6 increases. We're going to go out again. Again. I have a song stuck in my head. and the downside of that is that normally I would just start like bopping along to it and edit it out, or it wouldn't be recording in the first place, but because y'all are all watching, and so are the eyes of the interwebs, I can't do anything about having the song stuck in my head, but yeah. Do not double the size or anything. I think canonically it's a little bigger. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You call it Gumball? Okay, so we're definitely liking the candy names, but we're probably gonna go with Jellybean. Possibly Starburst Jellybean if we're feeling super, like, brandy. As in, like, name brand awareness. Wait, did I miss something? Why aren't you allowed to eat as many jelly beans as you want? No, it's just more of a guilt thing. I feel like I need to talk to you guys, but I don't want to talk with like a mouthful of discoloured candy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, we're up to 18 stitches in our round. My scissors are tapping. So I think that's as... We're going to go out a little bit further, but we're going to start doing it in rounds of 3 increases instead of 6, just to get a little bit more of a gradual slope. If we keep going 6, it'll keep getting, like, it'll dome, but it'll be, like, very, like, flat on top, and we want a little bit more eggs. If I can crochet an increase, and then we'll do another lot of 3 in the next row as well. If I write them both down now, I won't have to stop and write them down later. It won't make the stitches happen, but it'll just make it feel like it's happening faster, you know? And we're going to start using our stitch marker like a responsible crochet citizen. Darcy, that was so mean. Mr. Bones, if you know what the song is, that means I did start humming it, and I didn't mean to. This will go up later to finish watching. Oh, it's going to stay up. I don't take them down. I think YouTube might take them down briefly to process them, but that's not me doing that. That's them. So yeah, sometimes it's up pretty much straight away. Sometimes it takes a few hours to process, but in any case, it's automated and it will be available to watch. What's really fun is I have to remember to go in and turn the ads back on after the stream. Go. I got yarn up my nose again. You can pretty much tell how long we've been streaming by how much, by the various complaints that I make. Like the yarn up the nose is definitely an hour 4 or 5 type of thing. And increase. Okay. What would she taste like if dessert? Are we talking? Yeah, no, we agreed last stream that Clefairy and Clefable taste like cotton candy and Jigglypuff tastes like pork. Alright, thanks for watching, Grim Squirrel. It's been fun hanging out. Moon Moon? No, we can't call her Moon Moon. Oh, dang, I really like Moon Moon. Slurpuff and Whirlix. Okay, yeah. They're like the bird-shaped ones, right? I mean, Bobby Pin, same thing. You say tomato, I say potato. That's not it. Patata? Tomato? Something. Yeah. Stitch mark and Bobby Pin, same difference. Well, don't make eye contact while you say Jigglypuff tastes like pork, I'm sorry. But we decided that that's what it was. How long do I think I'll be streaming for? Until I finish this Clefairy's bits. So probably another hour and a half, maybe another hour. It'll end when it ends. Okay, so we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 24. Okay, we're up to 24 around, and I think that might be a good level of round. We'll add a bunch of height and slope her off. Yeah, it's good. It's a good amount of round. Let's just do a bunch of single crochet now. Steamed Jigglypuff buns. That's cursed. That was a cursed comment to glance up and see. Isn't Luca Rock or something a wolf one? If that could be called Moon Moon, but is it Luca Rock? I'm thinking. Is that the name of it? There's like a wolf one in a later one that I'm not super familiar with. It's like there's a night form and a day form, or an evil form and a good form or something. Hydrate or dihydrate. Thank you. I will do so. Spritzy and Aromatisse are the plague doctor. Oh, right. Okay. Spritzy and Aromatisse might be the ones I'm thinking of. The little plague doctor, like bird beaky ones that are attached to like a little pile of pink fluff. Lycanroc. Yeah. Cool. That one. That's the one I'm thinking of. Oh, y'all are talking about food this late in the stream. That's a dangerous play because there's every chance I'll just be like, you know what, stuff it, I'm hungry. We're having spaghetti bolognese for dinner. Mr. Bones makes the best spaghetti bolognese. Oh yeah, bobby pins, right. Yeah, finish their bits. What's wrong with that? We're making a bunch of Clefairy bits. Oh, right, I'm hydrating. Ooh, she big egg. Oh, wouldn't it just be the way if I make Clefairy bigger than Clefable ends up being? Oh no, Winona. Okay, so My Little Ponies, here we go. My Little Ponies, the animated series, not the most recent one, the previous, I can't remember which version it was, but the one with like Applejack and Princess Twilight Sparkle and Pinkie Pie, lovely little chaotic Pinkie Pie. They have Minnesotan cattle in it. And oh my goodness, I just like, oh no, Winona, makes me feel all Minnesotan. And so like, since then, since watching that, I've never been able to not or nor Winona. Just ate raisin bran with cranberries. That's a good breakfast. Also not a bad dinner. Oh, bye Rat. Thanks for hanging out. Friendship is magic. Yeah, that's the one. Now, I've never been accused of being Pinkie Pie, but I have been accused of being Gummy the alligator. So, yeah, like it stands. Oh, Amberly, I'm sorry about that. If we should get like a little sign made up for the corner of the screen of just like actions are all actions are performed by a professional, do not attempt to replicate at home. Okay, I think that's 2 rows. I don't think we're quite there yet. Sorry, did I just say cheeseburger lasagna? Where did that go? Cheeseburger pasta as lasagna. But why would you do that to cheeseburgers, pasta, or lasagna? I suppose a little less good, more must be better. Oh, excellent. Doxy Mum Forever. How is my Minnesotan accent? Hey, Stephanie, we're Spagball buddies. Whew. I'm just trying really hard to ignore something Mr. Bones just said. And it's making me quiet on stream. Oh, leftover pizza is good too. Now, are you one of the people who reheats leftover pizza, or are you a person of culture and you do not? You eat it cold the way it tastes the best. Ooh, chicken roasty. Oh, you guys, you're going to cut this stream short. Warning hath been issued. Okay, do we want to make her slightly wider now that we've gotten to this point? How many rows have I done? 1, 2... What happened there? You're very distorted there, friend. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 24 single crochet times 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think we're going to go slightly wider. I think we're just going to bump her up another notch. Are we? Are we though? Oh, the doubt is real. No. We're not. Official decision, we're not. We are just going to do another couple of rows of single crochet. Oh, cold pizza is real good. I love cold pizza. We'll just move our stitch marker because we've already made a note up to that point, so we don't need to keep track of those other rows now. Filling for a lasagna. Voila, cheeseburger lasagna. Okay. All right. I see you there. There's a recipe for cheeseburger lasagna in the chat. Mr. Bones, we gotta wait anyway, so it's fine. Don't worry about it, but thank you. I'm just blissing out, making my little cotton candy girl. Oh, pickles in lasagna. No, pickles is the other time I can remember distinctly running away from my own tongue. I woke up and Mr. Bones had just done a Macca's run. And he was like, here, try this. Because he's very good at trying to get me to try things. And it was just a Macca's cheeseburger with a pickle on it. And I took a bite and I was like, at first I was like, oh, this is fun. And then I was just like, the pickle hit. And the pickle hit are kind of different. And I was just like too asleep to like cope. And I basically just like, just hit my head on the shelves. But like, you get the point. I ran away from my own tongue. It's like, surprise pickle. It's not the pickle you want first thing in the morning. I said it, let's all just move on. Remind I'm still looking. I promise I'm still looking at it. I'm barely breaking eye contact. It's just like I'm glancing, flick. Like my eyes are just constantly like flick, 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 flick. Oh, sorry, Macca's is Australian for McDonald's. That is true. Yeah, I found that I don't think pickle is really for me. Oh, night Moonrose Crafts. Thanks for hanging out. Oh no, 5:30 AM on a Sunday is too early, Laura. Like Sunday is what, like the one day when like true sleep in can normally be accomplished. Yeah, Macca's. What do you guys call it? Depends on the type of pickle. I'm quite fond of Mr. Bones. I think we're closing in on 7 years, so, Every time you hear pickle, you always think of Devilio from Monster Hunter, and Surprise Pickle really sums that up perfectly. Okay. Oh my goodness, 4:40 AM. Now, what was it we decided? That the hours between 3 AM and 5 AM, we agree that both night people and morning people are asleep. McDick's? No. I've heard Mickey D's. Yeah, Mickey D's. Nah, it's Macca's here. Like, it's Macca's to the point where people, like, don't call it McDonald's. It's Macca's. McDo. Okay. Alright, yeah, sorry. I'm going to take that reminder to heart as well. I should be keeping the chat appropriate. I'm the one who went a little bit blue. Yeah, work from 6 PM to 5 AM. Okay, cool. You're a night people. I tend towards being a night person. Like, I get my 8 hours of sleep. It just doesn't fall within what society would think is appropriate. You are just not coming out of very good shape, my little bun. Nevertheless, we shall forge on. Because adding a bunch of bits to you will definitely help. Ooh, we've got to go soon. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Honestly, there's not going to be very much yarn up the nose. There's going to be not going to be very much super exciting happening. We're going to make a bunch of fairy bits. And yeah, I think the Charizard was the main show. And then now this is just like the cooling off period. The little after chat. And it's like my brain can like stop redlining itself. And we're just making a bunch of like balls and tubes. Yeah, honestly, and like, sorry, talking about switching back to normal sleeping times, I think you're honestly better just like establishing a regular sleep schedule and just like living that way, I guess. Unless it's like stopping you being able to do the things you need to be able to do. I think it's better for yourself to establish a cycle, even if that cycle is out of sync with the rest of the world. Oh, you wanted tiny Clefairy. I don't know if I would have been able to do that. Because there's a lot of stuff to attach, and anything that small would have made it super hard. Whereas like this, don't get me wrong, I don't think I'm necessarily nailing the shape, but once all the bits are attached, hopefully you won't be able to tell. Maybe that's the bottom, and I'll be leading this up towards the top. Maybe that'll be better. 1, 2, 3, and that's another 4 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. So now we're going to start our decreasing journey. And we're just going to say a quiet prayer to the fibre gremlins that we haven't run out of crochet magic for the day. There we go. Oh yeah, Clefairy. There's like a baby form. Here we go. Sorry, I got a little quiet for a second there. Alrighty, I'm trying to decide what I'm going to watch this week. Anyone got any like good TV show recommendations? I'm almost done with Parks and Rec again. In fact, I think I literally just have the very final episode to go. It's left me a little bit bereft of what I should watch next. I'm tempted to dig out The Office again, but I don't think it's been that long since I last rewatched that. I started watching SVU, but I forgot how just straight up dark these first few seasons are. Sometimes it's nice to have something a little fluffier than that. What are my thoughts about Miltank? Okay, so Miltank I'm fine with in concept. It's just, is it X and Y? They just, at one point they just did the most gross thing they could have done and had those like udders wibbling about on screen like that in the sprite. And I'm just like, nobody asked for that. So like, in general, I'm fine. It's just that one sprite that I just have very strong opinions on. Oh, you think I should watch Bridgerton? I've watched the first season. I've read the books. So I guess I've been thoroughly spoiled in that regard, but I think I read up to the end of Eloise's story. So that's the first 5. Hello, great to be live. Hi, Gemma. Watch Yesterdag all day. Okay. Watch Yesterday all day, maybe? Maybe. I know Bridgerton's coming out. How am I going to do the hair swirl and the tail swirl? That's an excellent question. I'm going to do them as tubes and we're going to roll them up. The hair swirl might become similar to Jigglypuff's little like poof, but the tail will definitely just be a long strip like we did Cedra's tail. I don't know if you remember that video. And we'll just roll it on up. Oh yeah, see, I've seen all of New Girl. That's sweet. I don't mind that. Sorry, you just never underestimate the amount of content I have to consume in a week. Just like a lot of what I do is sitting alone in a room. Decrease down to 18. Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Love Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Oh, NCIS. I should totally go back and watch that. Because I stopped watching pretty early on, not because it was bad, just because it didn't exist yet. I've been meaning to go back and watch that. Yeah, NCIS is an excellent call. Thank you for that. That's an excellent recommendation because I know there's a lot of it. There's nothing better than just like settling down to watch a show that's good and you know you don't have to make another choice as to what you're going to watch for like a week at least, maybe a month. Oh, One Piece? Okay, yeah. I've been watching Delicious in Dungeon. That has been terrific fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I mentioned that last stream as well, but it's just like they're down to episodic now, so I'm trying to like let a few more episodes build up before I turn it back on. I don't like to like briefly visit a world. I like to like immerse myself in it. So one episode just didn't cut it for me. But yeah, really, really enjoying that. It's gotten me back into anime. I might look up some more anime to watch. It's always hard though because I prefer subtitles over dubs, but you can't really crochet and read subtitles, not properly. And I speak Japanese, I just don't speak the Japanese that well. I speak a little Japanese, or I used to speak a little bit of Japanese. So not well enough to watch shows in it. I've seen the first couple of seasons of Supernatural as well. Again, it's more because it didn't exist back when I was watching it, so like it ran out of steam. Recently went back and watched all the episodes of Bob's Burgers I'd missed, which is great fun. Really enjoyed that. Alright, I'm going to keep tapering this off at the top. I forgot to talk about what I'm doing. So I've decided that this isn't the top anymore, it's the bottom, and I've decided this is the top because I can taper it a little bit more. and it's just a slightly better shape. Sometimes that happens to me. I'll make a shape and then I'll turn it upside down and it'll suddenly be a better version of the shape I thought I was building the other way up. It's like my brain like forgets to mirror things properly. 2 single crochet, decrease, 2 single crochet. Mr. Bones, when you hear this, would you mind terribly coming and just opening the door to this room, because I could really use some more oxygen in here. Thanks, I appreciate it, honey. Oh, Black Clover, Hawaii 50. Not a fan of Aussie NCIS. Yeah, Aussie has no business. We have no business having our own NCIS. I'm sure it's fine. I don't know what they were trying to do with that, but I can't think of something I want to watch less than that. Thank you, honey. For anyone wondering, that's how much of a delay there is in the stream. You keep arriving late. Well, Jazz, you're still here. You did miss us making Charizard. And we're now just working on Clefairy. Yeah, see, I love Bob's Burgers, and I love, what is it? Is it John H. Benjamin? H. John Benjamin? His voice is just iconic. It's so fun. He turned up in Parks and Rec the other day, and I was just like, that voice. I'd know that voice anywhere. Oh, sweet oxygen filling the room. I missed a question somewhere. Apparently Kylie's streaming weekly at the moment, sometimes Monday, sometimes Sunday. Oh yeah, no, normally it's Monday. I'm just giving Sunday a go. We'll check the stats, and if more people are able to make the Sunday time, great. I'll just move things around and we'll do a Sunday stream instead. Or we're definitely locked in at this 1 PM time though. It just works too nicely. It gives me time in the morning to like wake up, settle in, warm up the vocals, eat some breakfast, get the room sorted, deal with most technical difficulties, and just feel like in a good settled, calm place with it. Starting any earlier and I'm stressed, starting any later and I'm tired. It's just like, I appreciate it's midnight for some of you, but like it just works for me. So that's where we're at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I know I'm not the only one who sings their numbers. Y'all know you do it too. And we're gonna close off our little lid. 2 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8. Oh, Archer. Love Archer. Yeah, Game of Thrones, I watched the first 4 seasons way back when. It just didn't, yeah. And like knowing how disappointed people are in the final season, it's really hard to invest yourself like mentally or emotionally in it. What's up, honey?
There was a request for a better look at Charizard.
Oh, sorry. Better look at the Charizard. His name is Charizard. He got back. He got front. He got doopy looking eyes from the top, which I promise I'll fix when I'm sewing him together. Oh, I love House, actually. Yeah, I could rewatch all of that. Okay, Beth, I totally do that to Mr. Bones as well. Like, if he starts talking, I'll just be like, 27. And he's like, what? It's like, 27. Okay, now talk. And then at the end, I'll have remembered it because I've said it out loud, but he'll also be like, 27. 27. But deep and rumbly, you know? There we go. There we go. And we're down to our final 10 stitches of this piece. But we're not letting that bother us. Somehow we changed from a base 6 to a base 5. And you know what? Sure. There we go. That's 2, 3, 4, and 5. There. Oh, How I Met Your Mother. I rewatched that only a couple of months ago. And you know what? I'm slowly working on forgiving them for what they did to that show. Because I really liked that show. I really enjoyed that show. And they managed to somehow drop the ball so hard in the last 90 seconds. I have strong opinions on that. We're not going to get started on that. No. I also don't mind The Mentalist. Anyone looking for recommendations from me? I recently rewatched not all of, but most of Bones. Bones always tends to lose me at a certain point, but I like it well enough. Don't mind rewatching Castle, but I just never seem to get past a certain point in it. It throws me off. So it's also a fun little rewatch. Could rewatch all of American Dad. I enjoy American Dad. Never been a Family Guy fan, but American Dad I enjoyed. My name is Earl. Okay, that's an interesting one. Oh, The Good Place. Okay, so with The Good Place, I had only watched the first season, but then during the very first 24-hour challenge I did here on YouTube, where I stayed awake for 24 hours and I crocheted and I got 2 things done, but it was still a thing. I watched all 4 seasons of The Good Place, or most of all 4 seasons of The Good Place on it. And so like right at midnight, basically, I was just bawling my eyes out at the season finale. So well done, but I haven't been able to watch it since because I just like, something about it just like, I forgot to put the eyes in. You guys, you didn't remind me and I didn't put eyes in. Okay, we're just gonna have to stitch eyes on. That's just full steam ahead. There's no eyes on our Clefairy. Is she asleep? I liked Elementary the first couple of seasons, just glancing up every so often and seeing more recommendations, which is good. This is good. This is helpful. Thank you. Charmed? Charmed I haven't seen. Okay, South Park it's such a funny duality type of thing, because I think that South Park has the ability to be so smart and make such cogent, relevant, of-the-minute thoughts and statements and jokes and that sort of thing. But on the other hand, you also have to put up with a lot of really lowbrow humor. And that's, yeah, I kind of struggle with existing with both at the same time. All right, so what are we gonna make next? Do we want to make some ears next? I feel like the ears are the next hardest piece, so we should make them. And let's see, so the brown wraps around 2 of the sides, and then it's black on the 3rd side, so yeesh. All right, in terms of shape, we're gonna start, I want to start with Magic Ring of 3, don't make me. Okay, no, we're going to do it. We're going to do a Magic Ring of 6. We're going to do 4 single crochet in our brown and 2 in our black. The note taking for this is going to be intense. That's why I'm doing this piece next. Oh, hi Erin. Hi, sorry, I'm now joining the live stream. I love your videos. Your videos make my day. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. All right, well, welcome to the live stream. We are struggling our way through a Clefairy. So I'll tell you what, in future, when there's like a particularly difficult Pokemon as like one of the options, I'll just make sure that I make it like really, really obvious which one it is on the grid, so that you guys can either pick it first or it's not being part of the second poll. Because if this Pokemon here was any harder, I might be having a little bit of a mental breakdown. But as it's a Clefairy, we're managing a little bit. Now the Charizard took a little bit out of me, I think. I didn't quite plan for that. Monk and Psych. Oh, I started watching Psych just the other day. I think I've seen the first 2 episodes. It's good to know that it's worth watching. I like things that are like episodic, like Monster of the Week, and like Crime of the Week type stuff. I like being able to turn it off at a certain point without too much like ongoing drama from episode to episode. There we go. There we go. That's my strand. Okay. I lost which strand to pull to tighten the magic ring. Okay. We have started our ear. This is a test ear. If we do not like it, we do not have to continue. We're gonna see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why am I increasing in every stitch? I should not be increasing at all. It's not the plan. Plan is to just work stitches around in a circle. I've watched a little bit of Doctor Who. I watched an episode of it that was so perfect that I never watched Doctor Who again. That sounds a strange thing to say, I know, because you'd think, oh, she watched an episode she really liked and thought it was so good it was perfect, but then just couldn't watch it anymore. And I'm just like, yeah, and it's The Girl in the Fireplace. And I know I'm not the only one who thinks it's that good, because I'm pretty sure it won like every award. But just, there was something about that episode that just like, it was so perfect, it completely satiated my need to watch Doctor Who forever. Okay. Carefully, carefully. See, I think that the colour difference is too harsh. Anyone have opinions? I like Criminal Minds, but I end up having dreams where I'm a serial killer. Yeah, Coletti Spaghetti, you missed the Charizard! Pink Remus, I am neither the older or the younger sister. Yeah, I think this difference is too harsh, and I might... I don't know what to do. Okay, plan. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make the whole triangle with just the little brown tip, and then we can decide afterwards if we want to make a little black triangle and attach it to one of the sides. When in doubt, stop messing about with color changes and just make pieces you can sew together if they work. One, two, three. We didn't have the parts. Yeah, The Simpsons really hit its stride around season 8, but then it kind of definitely petered off. I don't think I've seen any of the latest stuff. I don't think I've seen anything after season 20. Aw, I love that, Sarah. Your daughter loves watching me make Pokemon with you. I just think that's so sweet. You should, when maybe a little older, get her a hook. And you guys can start like crafting together. Family bonding. It's like my goal is to make the next generation not have to be self-taught. Let us pass these skills down, guys. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Cross out that colour changing nonsense and let's start again. And I've done a round of 6 single crochet there as well. And now we are going to, do we want to cone it or do we want to like triangle it? I think we're going to triangle it, but I'm going to ask the jelly beans and just see if they have an opinion. Hey guys, how am I making these ears? I loved BoJack Horseman. BoJack Horseman was very, very good. Dark, so don't go in like unprepared for that, but very, very good. Thank you so much, Erin. That's so nice of you. Okay, even though I don't crochet, your videos are so calming to watch. It's 3 AM right now where I am. Okay, Erin, I say this with all the love in the world, go to bed. It is sleep time for you. Even I start edging towards the pillow at 3 AM. Yeah. I showed Mr. Bones the view from halfway down on BoJack Horseman. That's powerful stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, Mickey. Like, don't watch BoJack Horseman if you're having any kind of mental health crisis.
Thank you for showing me the view from halfway down.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I pinched my hand in the jelly bean jar, but I suppose that serves me right. Okay, that looks like an appropriately sized little ear bit tip. And now we're going to change to our pink and continue on that particular road. Crochet and an increase. We'll go back and change it and attach our pink. Gotta go. Bye, Nancy. Thanks for hanging out. Pretty Little Liars. I think I watched a season or 2 of that. Merlin, Missed Me. Gossip Girl I have seen. Three rows of pink. What was the name of that animation with the cute animal woman that goes crazy? Oh, a Gretsuko or something like that? Oh, Disenchantment. I watched the first chunk of that when it first came out, but the following subsequent chunks weren't available yet. So I could go back and watch that, that's for sure. I wanted to like that more than I think I did though, because like a huge Futurama fan. I think that Futurama's stories very well written. I don't know how they've managed to successfully end that show perfectly. What is it now, 4 times? But they have. And what's funny is that I used to be a big Rick and Morty fan, but like I just think that their latest stuff shows a lot of contempt for their audience. And so like I didn't even watch the latest season. I think I made it 1 episode in. It's just something about it's just not quite there anymore. Yeah, Agretsuko. I don't know if I'm saying that right. We're going to go 1 size larger. Delicious in Dungeon, yeah, see? Like, really liking Delicious in Dungeon. I enjoy the enthusiasm it has for its own, like, material. And I know that the manga has finished publishing, so that means it's a complete story. And that's something you can get from anime that you don't really get from other sources necessarily, is that they tend to tell fully crafted stories that know where they're going when they start. Whereas, like, I feel like a lot of I'm gonna call it Western for the sake of argument. I'm not trying to like start anything here. I think a lot of Western media tends to continue making stories for as long as they feel there's money in it. And there's a very big difference there between telling a well-told story with an ending in mind and just continuing to tell stories while they think people are listening. Slime. I haven't heard of slime. Hydrate or dihydrate. Thank you very much. I saw the first two seasons, anthologies of Love, Death and Robots. I think I've missed one though. Black Mirror actually also really enjoyed. Thought it had some interesting things to say, though honestly, in the years since it's been published, some of those future scenes don't seem quite as future-y anymore. Erin, are you paying every time you want to leave a chat? I'm glad that you're not even tired. I'm so sorry I told you to go to bed. Please stop tipping. It's not necessary, I promise you. Oh, Mars, that's really good to know. They've said that Delicious in Dungeons manga author has such a love for the world she created. There's a lot of bonus material that fleshes it out. I love that. I think you can really tell when somebody loves what they're creating and they're not just doing it for the lulz or for, arbitrarily. Lels are fine. There, and then a curl, and the legs, and then, yeah, okay, cool. I'm satisfied with the ear we have achieved. Well, it's gonna look funny until I attach the rest of the headpieces. I'm gonna ask you guys to trust me. There we go, we'll call that the front, the side. Yep. We'll just pin that in. Pin that, and pin that. There we go. I'll fix the angle of it later. We have one ear and we'll do the other one. Well, Love, Death and Robots and Black Mirror are like the same vibe, you know? Though I will say that I think Black Mirror was darker. Excuse me, Jellybean Guardian, you need to do your job. Do I use yarn over or under? I yarn under when I remember to. So like my intent is yarn under, but I won't pretend that I do it 100% of the time. The one exception I will make is that I think I tend to yarn over when I'm working in flat pieces, but I always try to yarn under when I'm working in the round. There's no reason for that, it just seems to be what I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do think that yarning under gets you tighter stitches though, which can help everything lock into place. Therme Rome. Okay. Coupling, oh my goodness. I assume you're talking about the original UK version, right? I've been meaning to go back and watch that again. I actually really appreciate how they craft their punchlines across the length of an entire episode. It's honestly beautifully done. Very, very funny, but you have to be into that sort of like British humour, which is different to other kinds of humour. Yeah, Zima Blue, exactly, yeah. I don't like watching Black Mirror, the problems are too real, it makes me sad. Yeah, but what's funny is that like when it came out, it didn't necessarily seem, at least the first season, it didn't feel that of the moment. It felt very 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 20 plus years from now. Whereas like, I'm worried about going back and watching it again because what if it feels too familiar, you know? Like what if we saw the future and still could not steer the ship away from it? The giggle loop, yeah. My personal favorite is that one where, oh my goodness, it's been such a long time since I've watched it. I'm trying to remember his name. Not Patrick. Not Steve or Stephen, the other one. Jeff. Okay, so Jeff has to speak multiple languages throughout it because they show the same scene a couple of different times from a couple of different perspectives. And he's just actively making up languages when they're filming it. And it's just something about that scene just makes me really laugh. Did I miss my call to change to pink? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, I did. I missed my call to pink. 1, 2. What's happening here? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we're good. We're back on track. I think. This isn't looking right. Something went wrong there. We're better off just starting again. I think I started my increases straight away instead of doing a row of single crochet. So the ear would have been wrong. RuPaul's Drag Race, I've watched a little bit of that. I love those creative competition shows. So Netflix has like Blown Away. It has that makeup one. I've watched all the seasons of Face Off, but that's just either not available or not being made anymore. There was a season of, it was run by the Jim Henson Group. It was like the Creature Shop Challenge. There was a big flower one that's on Netflix. There's a chocolate one that's on Netflix. I actually like the Is It Cake seasons 2 and 3, where it's actually a baking competition show, not just a Is It Cake show. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Cool. We're back on track. Now I'm gonna use a bobby pin. New All Stars. New All Stars of what? Oh, RuPaul. Yeah. Oh, I'm too far out of the loop to answer that question. Steins Gate. Okay. First episode of season 9 now out on stand for those interested. How does your mum not fall? Oh, it's because I'm sitting on a ball. So I'm jiggling slightly the whole time. And also I've been getting up to every couple of hours. Stretch, all that jazz. I've not heard of Steins Gate. Yeah, see, I really liked Face Off. I liked the collaborative nature of it. I've watched a lot of Project Runway as well, but I don't think I've seen any of the latest stuff after Heidi and Tim branched off to make their own thing, and then their own thing I can't watch. I tried. There's something I can't put my finger on it, but it's just not quite right. Or at least the first season. Maybe I didn't give it enough of a go. Is that like Under the Gun or something? Something like that. I watched so many seasons of that tattoo one as well. Inked? Something like that. So many controversies came out of that show, but like, Ink Masters, that's the one. That's cool that you're watching the League of Legends Grand Finals. My brother used to be a coach in one of the leagues. Sometimes when you do the ball bounce, it reminds me of a... Oh, no. It's not the pea dance, it's just I'm on a bouncy ball, and sometimes the urge to bounce just becomes too much, and we must bounce. Okay, here we go. We're on track. These ears are nearly done, or at least the base of these ears are nearly done. We might end up doing little black triangles. 1, 2, 3. Great British Bake Off I would love to watch, but I can't find it anywhere, and I'm too cheap to pay for all of the different platforms. Been getting good mileage out of like ABC iView and 7+. Though I wish they'd get their ads sorted, because like I don't mind watching ads. I don't. As long as they're like, they keep the sound consistent. What I can't stand is the fact that their ad system glitches constantly and like hiccups, and so a 30-second ad becomes 2 minutes of hiccuping noise in between the parts of the TV show. That drives me bonkers. Yeah. I didn't play League personally. I played some of that that other Blizzard one. The Blizzard one, HOTS, Heroes of the Storm, a little bit. I've been playing Inkbound recently, which is not at all the same thing, but terrific fun anyway. And I'm not allowed to buy Hades 2, which is the other game that I really want to play, until I am caught back up with my work, because we're a little bit behind at the moment. And on top of that, it's going to swallow my life, and it's also just not fully out yet, so I feel like I can justify not buying it until it's fully out, knowing that I'm definitely going to purchase and play that game for like 1,000,000 hours. Okay. Ah yes, Arcane. Excellent series. I believe season 2 is out soon, honey. Yeah, sorry, we've got the door open in here because it gets very warm in this room, and we're on hour 5, or hour 6 now technically, and your girl needed some oxygen. Okay, so what do you guys reckon? Do we need dark undersides to our ears? I want you to decide if I'm making a little dark triangle to go under there while I work on making, let's make the legs. Let's do the legs. His legs are the stompiest little piece ever. Is that just a little white toe on the front, you reckon? Or is it more pronounced than that? I think it's just a little white toe on the front, so maybe that's something I stitch on afterwards. Oh wow, yeah, sorry. Mr. Bones has just said that he can hear the stream twice with a 30-second delay. If that is driving you nuts, honey, we can close the door again. Yeah, dark under ears? Okay. Yeah, Balatro is one that I've had recommended to me for sure. Yeah, so I've thought about it. One of you try to enable the subtitles? I'm hard of hearing. We're right at the end of the thing now. Let me just see if I can find the setting easily. Schedule, thumbnail, playlist, audience, show more. Oh, there might be a subtitles button in there. Tags, language. Should be short streaming in category. I'm sorry, it said that subtitles were in this section, but what happens if I click that button? Video subtitles? I'm sorry, it says that automatic captions are processing. I will enable them. I know I can enable them after it's finished processing, but I can't do anything about their current state, and I'm really sorry about that. I've heard that they're not good on YouTube, and that they are better on Twitch, and I've thought about multi-streaming. It just feels like a really big step for me at the moment. 7. Oh wow. Apparently I have my stream open on that screen. Suddenly I was just confronted with my own face, which is just... And it wasn't doing what my face is currently doing. Okay, night, Erin. I don't know, I've been slowly getting better at crocheting without looking at it, I guess. I hadn't really even noticed it until people started commenting on it this stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alright, let's foot stump. 6 single crochet, and then we're gonna grow our little leggy. We'll send the armies and the leggies, and we'll face defeat. I'm adoring how much love there is for Arcane in the chat at the moment. I should watch that again. That's one of those shows that suffers from the fact that I like it so much. I want to watch it. I can't just have it on as background noise. It's a waste to have a show like that on as background noise. You can't do it. So, which is a shame because the soundtrack slaps. Oh, I just better check if I've gotten a message. Okay. Oh, I broke me damn nail. Okay. Yeah, the king keeps his armies in his sleeveys. Oh, okay. Why does... I think it's Norway. I think the joke is about Norway. I'm sorry, this isn't offensive. I don't think anyway. Why do all of the ships in Norway have barcodes? So they can Scandinavian. That's one of my favorite jokes. Yeah, one of my favorite jokes. I hope you guys like it too. What am I doing? What am I even reading? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Increase. I'll admit that I do enjoy audiobooks for the fact that you can like actively do stuff while listening. I actually got into podcasts as well a little bit. Some podcasts, not all podcasts. Oh my, these legs are the wrong shape. Oh, we have entered Struggle Town a little bit. That's just a point. That's not the shape we're looking for. The shape we're looking for is more like this. We've drawn something a little bit more like this. Excuse me for 1 second while I rip my nail off because it's bothering me. Bye bye, little thumb. So we start again. Yeah, you do have to find the good voices if you're going to do audiobooks. Jeff Hayes from Sound Booth Theatre, immaculate, no notes. Dungeon Crawler Carl will always be top of my recommendations list. I never even knew that I could like audiobooks until I heard Jeff Hayes do Dungeon Crawler Carl. And honestly, it's one of the few times I will say that the audiobook is far superior to reading the book yourself. And I will just never say that. I am a purist. I will champion the book above all things. Most of the time. I didn't know there was an exception. Mayday, mayday, we are sinking. What are you thinking about? It's my attempt at a German accent. Thanks, I'm here till Thursday. You're currently making Gengar. Hooray! Oh, the mouth. Okay, I get this question sometimes, and part of the reason I haven't put out a pattern is just like I don't know how to help with that. I have put all of my knowledge. And what's really bad about it is that it's been so long since I made it personally. I can't even relay to you the parts I think are the issue. You kind of just have to make the bits and cram them on in there. Yeah, I hate not being able to add any more to that. But I don't have anything to add. Oh yeah, Critical Role. I started... So I've watched a big chunk of the season 1. I've watched a big chunk of their season 2. I keep trying to catch up rather than just start where they're at. But they're very entertaining to listen to, I have found. They're good background noise for when I'm editing. Because it's not too intrusive. It's just sort of... It's like you're working in a room where there's a bunch of people just having a really good time next to you. Which is kind of just a cozy place to be. Okay, you're doing a closed mouth, so you're just trying to make his wide smile. Okay, I would just do a potato and then applique the mouth on, then, more than anything else. Sorry, for some reason I thought you would... there was a conversation in the Discord recently about Gengar, and I just... All of the impotence I felt in that conversation just came bubbling up, I guess. Is that enough of a leg? I think that's just a very cute little leg. She's such a small bean that might just be her entire leg. We would stitch her toe on, of course. I might go round again. Oh, in terms of podcasts, I can actually recommend at least the first season of Dungeons and Daddies. It's super funny. Like a van full of dads gets sucked through a portal and they have to save their kids. Like very, very funny. I believe season 2 has recently ended, so I mean to go back and start season 2. I'm a bit funny. I won't start something unless it's finished. Most of the time. I've had my trust betrayed too many times before with that, but... You made it back! Welcome back, Joseph. See, now they don't seem quite right. These legs aren't doing the leg thing. I only went up 1 row. Maybe I should have increased up 1 row as well. Because they were fine and now they're not. Alright, we'll grow them as well. Sure. I think I've run out of fairy dust for the day. I'm doing my best though. Dimension 20? Yeah. I've heard of that one there. I don't mind podcasts with like a visual component to it. Honestly, I've been listening to the later episodes of the Try Guys tripod one, and it's just such nonsense. It's not like they're not really trying to, it's just noise. It's basically just listening to somebody having a conversation in their car with no real point, but I fall asleep to it. Yeah, I have a message I need to convey to you and I just don't know how.
Oh.
Guys, no, guys, I'm gonna go mute for just 1 second. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Podcast. Oh, I don't know if I like horror movies, but I'm fascinated by them. I don't know if that's... I like knowing the plots of them without having to subject myself to actually seeing some of the stuff that goes on in them. Like, I'm fascinated by the concept of Saw, but I have a weak stomach and so I can't watch any of them. But the notions of behind the traps, like I said, just fascinating. Oh, I made a little foot. There we go. And we're going to make another little foot. Ooh. podcast. Generally practicing doctor and hobbies and generic. Really interesting. Yeah. See, like I just like a little bit of conversational podcast in the background. I also really like watching interviews with a couple of key individuals. I just really like the way some people think, and I get a lot of value out of it. Like, it's extremely cliche, but I actually really enjoy interviews with Mr. Beast. I think that he has such an interesting mind, the way he's like pieced his whole thing together, and he's just been so focused on that one goal for so long. It's just really interesting to hear him talk about it. And Gordon Ramsay is actually another person who, like, if I see that they've been interviewed by like some people, like, I don't know, if I see an interview with them, I'm gonna probably click and watch and listen and all that, just because, like, again, just another really interesting person who has had to overcome a lot in life, frankly, and really fascinating just to watch how they've built themselves up and pulled themselves up. Really aspirational type stuff. Karen with the loving the cop shows but really hard to watch since having kids. That's not the first time I've heard that from people. And it makes a lot of sense. Because it goes from being this like fascinating quirk of, or fascinating case or interesting thing, to a little too real, would be my guess. You like listening to ologies. Each episode is a fun interview with a scientist or expert on a different topic. That's interesting. Honestly, I get that with Mr. Bones. That dude knows all kinds of stuff, and every so often I'll get just like a little mini lecture on something. And I don't mean like lecturers in like rah, 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 rah. I mean lecturers in like rah, 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 rah. Yeah. Where's that final increase? I think that's about right. 1, 2, 3. And we'll go once more. 1, 2. Should have just built this up from the bottom. Would have been fine. Would have been fine. Well, I kind of think of it as my relationship is kind of like, it's kind of like I signed up for a university course, but I don't know what any of the units are, and I don't know when I am or I'm not in class. But it's fine. It's good. It's great. It's honestly a very interesting way to live. I'm just lucky. There we go, and there we go. Okay, so we got, they're not pinned on straight, but they're doing their best. She looks like she's dancing. You can't see that because of my hands in the way. We're gonna do some little tubey arms now. And they are tubes. I'm sorry, they are just tubes. They're tubes, and they have 2 little white spokies and 1 little pink spokey. So we're gonna do our best to. Do I just create a nub and stitch on the little white spokies? Because I could do just like a nub with a little pink sticking out. Little pink thumb, that is. And then just like stitch on the 2 little down claws. I suppose she has 1 down and 1 up on each hand, but I think that's just I think it's like the equivalent of us doing like, you know what I mean? I think it's just, yay, Lance is crocheting too. That's fun. So yeah, I feel like I can very easily just put her pink thumbs out and stitch on white claws later, the way I'm going to do for her toes. So I am making a decision, and that is what we are going to do. Magic ring 6. Whew, I am drawing a bit of a blank. I'm really excited about this week's video. I was editing it for the longest time last week, and I thought I was going to get it done, but I have a general rule of thumb here, and it's designed to stop me like stressing myself to the point where I've pulled out all of my feathers. And that rule of thumb is that if I don't get it done ready for upload on Friday night, it gets bumped to the following week, because otherwise I'm still editing on Saturday, so I get it up for Saturday night. And so not only does that miss most of you guys on the first time around, but it means that I've lost my day off and I've lost my planning day for the following video. And now I'm streaming one day a week as well. It just kind of collapses the time frame into like an unmanageable mess. So I decided I'd rather take my time with it, because I do think it's going to be a great video. I'm really pleased with the outcome of it. I don't know if I necessarily like nailed the challenge, but the thing that I produced is definitely worth it. And I just can't wait to show you guys. The patrons have already seen a little sneak peek of it, of course, because they get little sneaky peekies whenever I like don't quite manage to deliver. But yeah, I'm really excited about it. I do like I'm going to be back editing it tomorrow, just polishing it and cutting it down. Because on Thursday during the normal upload time frame, it was still like 7 hours long. And like, I know that you guys have just watched me for 5.5 hours, so I know you'd probably watch it for 7 hours, but like that's not the point of those videos. And I'm trying to get like a really tight 20 to 30 minute cut for it, just to make it a little bit more palatable marketable to a general audience. Because I think it's good. I think it's fun. I think it's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Did a row of 6 for some reason, but I'm sure it has a reason. In fact, it might just be a tube. Do I do a thumb now? I'm going to do a thumb. We're going to just do a thumb using our little treble crochet cheat, which just involves doing a treble crochet in one of the stitches instead of single crochet, and it makes it stick out a little bit. So she's going to be like doing little thumbs up. I don't know if you can really see that. It's very light pink. Finger guns. Oh, yeah, okay. Finger guns also works. In either case, we're still stitching on the claws. 3, 4, and 5. So that was a treble and then 5. And now we're just going to do so many rows of single crochet. So many, you guys. At least maybe 3 or 4. Something like that. The Floofy Cat, first of all, great name, but you've just finished crocheting a complete set of D&D dice. That's incredible. I made, as a present for somebody, a D20 crochet, and I sewed a little ball, like a bell inside. I stitched on all the numbers, and it's a fun little roly-poly jingle ball, and I gave it to someone for Christmas, and it was, I liked it. I thought it was great. Okay, I don't need to count because I've got a stitch marker in. I am free from the burden of counting. Oh, I could eat jelly beans. We could eat jelly beans while we're doing this, guys. Nah, it's fine. Don't want to spoil me dinner. Particularly now that I can hear Mr. Bones out there puttering around, maybe starting to cook it. Because it is 6:40 here. Which is getting on a little bit. The only thing I would worry about with crochet dice for like an official game setting would be like your stitch unevenness or evenness would impact how accurate they were or how fair they were in terms of actually rolling every number equally. Good morning, Jamie. You have kind of just managed to sneak into this stream. We have done Charizard today and we are working our way through Clefairy. There we go. 10th circle done, 3 to go. Wow. There we go, and where is that attached? I'm having a hard time recognizing my own stitches today, which is not something that happens. I think I've done 4 rows with this stitch. Which is honestly probably plenty big enough. It's too big. We're gonna take that down a notch. Oh, I suppose if I smush it. All hail the sun god. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna leave it at that length, but I'm not gonna be embarrassed if I unpick one of the rows. So times 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, awesome! I love that the pumpkin tortoise sold. I think they're great. Such an underrated little dude, though his butt's currently on camera. Turn you around, bud. He has been my trusty pincushion for a great many years. And what's funny is that happens by accident. Some of them just attract the pins, you know? It's like, we don't do it on purpose. We don't. But then they just end up filled with pins over the course of time. You go to stab a pin into something and there they are. That just happened with him. I'll fix alignments and details and whatnot later, but I'll just make the other one real quick. Whew. All the search terms on Google from when I was looking up Clefairy's butt are like, Clefairy versus Jigglypuff. How is that a question? I attempted to be on when the stream started at 1 AM but passed out around 12:30. Oh no. Yeah, well, nursing school is a big priority there. And besides, the replay will always be available. Well, the pumpkin tortoise came about, first of all, because, let's see, very first Halloween, 1 month into me trying to do YouTube. I suppose I should cut the trying now because I think I've done YouTube. I was just picking words out of a hat, and I had like a bunch of monsters in one and a bunch of animals in another, or like Halloweeny things in one, and monsters, and I had a bunch of Halloween names in one, and I had a bunch of animals in the other, and I was just picking things out. And so like that's where like candy corn platypus came out, and we made that. Pumpkin spider came out, but pumpkin tortoise I'm pretty sure came out too. And I did a little sketch for one, but we decided not to make him as part of that series, and he came up as one of the Not My Idea votes. Don't remember if it was the first one. I think Nessie was the first one, but he might have been the second. You guys loved him so much you voted for him, and that's why there's a pattern, and that's why he got made. Yeah. Okay, we're doing another thumb. Yeah. And there we go. And I like these live streams as well. Sorry, just to jump subjects again for a second, because so first of all, yes, I am continuing the Soul Silver run, but I think it gives you guys a little bit more of an idea of what goes into those 30 seconds of stuff that ends up shown on the screen. It's just like, yeah, so some days I can get 3 done in 6 hours and it's great. And some days we spend 2 days just making a Rhyperia and it throws off everything. You keep getting chair ads. Are you comfortable? YouTube clearly wants to make you comfortable. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we nearly finished this arm. Alright, and I can tell you for sure, guys, that I have to wrap this up in the next 15 minutes, which means we're not going to get to finish Clefairy today. So I suppose the options are I can finish her off stream, or I can come back and do it next stream, but I don't really think that's a good idea. So like I'll probably finish Clefairy off stream as well. Just like I mentioned, I have someone coming over for dinner and they're going to be here, so I don't want to be streaming while they're here. So we're probably going to call this one pretty soon, but I will keep going until 7 my time, so we've still got about 15 minutes. So we might have time to make the tail, or the head curl, but I don't think we'll have time to make all of the pieces, you know. How many Pokemon crochet have I made? I think this is 72 or 73. Hang on, I've got my Pokédex open on the other screen. Let me have a look. Okay, so including these two, we have made 30 from Gen 1 and we've made 75 overall. So, yeah, it's not too shabby. We are slowly getting through them. We are doing our best. It's like, how do you eat an elephant? 1 mouthful at a time. And smothered in butter. Oh, is there anything better than like when your kitchen is clean and your bathroom is clean and you've changed the sheets and all your laundry is done and you just get to like There's just nothing on the to-do list anymore. Yeah, okay, so let's talk names for Clefairy while I start whipping up the final pieces here. So I really liked Moon Moon. Like, I know that we were talking about Jelly Bean for obvious reasons, but I really like the idea of naming a Clefairy Moon Moon. Whee! I promise this will come together in the sewing. And just because of the shortage of time, I'm going to move right along, and we're going to start making the tail. This is Char, and this is Clef. Just because they're both on the same page. And I'm going to start making the tail. We're going to grab some jelly beans. So yeah, I like Moon Moon. That was a lot of jelly beans. I'm really sorry. I'm now out of commission for a minute or so. Paula, all of my Pokemon patterns are on Patreon, but that does come with the disclaimer that they are not fully fleshed out patterns with like photos and stuff. They have photos of the finished thing, but they do leave a lot of the assembly up to you. So I don't recommend them for anyone who's not already pretty comfortable with assembling crochet patterns without a lot of guidance. I would hate for anybody to like sign up for Patreon and be all excited to make Pokemon just to find that they're not as comprehensive as my regular patterns. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm back. I don't know if you caught what I was saying before, but we're going to make the tail, and it's all curled over. And so we're just going to make one long piece, one long tube with maybe a little ball at the end. And we're going to roll it up. Okay, so like Mickey Harris, I'm taking from that you understood what I was trying to express. I've never heard that I'd be good at charades, but I do know that I'm pretty good at Pictionary. Yeah, there we go. I liked Melly June. Melly June is also cute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost there. I keep thinking today's Tuesday, and it's not. It's Sunday. When I don't get an upload finished, it just throws my whole week out a little bit. And I'm not going to know when I am until I get that video published. Okay, Pink Eggy is going okay. Pink Eggy is going to need a lot of help in the editing. And by editing, I mean the assembly process. But I think we're going to make it just fine. With any luck, I'll have time to finish off this tail piece before I have to go. So. Honey, are you cleaning?
A little bit, yeah.
You're the cutest thing ever. I get stressed when we have people over and I don't have time to clean right now because I'm hanging out with all of you, so he's out there cleaning. He's so cute. Yeah, making a tube to roll up, exactly. Sorry. I'm back. I've been doing Marigold Dragon just for the YouTube part and some assembly. Okay, yeah, that's good. Then you'll be fine. Yeah, yeah, as I said, I just don't want anyone to be disappointed if they get in there and it's not what they were expecting, particularly as they are paywalled. You do get all of them though, and you can download literally all of the others as well. Heck of a bargain at this point. There's like 160, 170. There's a lot. There's a lot of patterns on there now. I'm good with that though. It's an equal value proposition. I don't want anybody to ever feel ripped off. Okay, and what? So this is the little bulb of the tail. Bulb. And I'm starting with a little ball instead of just like a flat end to the tube, because if you look at her tail, which you can't, I'm so sorry. If you look at her tail, there is like a proper like little round nub in the middle, and that's just going to give us a nice strong base for this. However, now I have to do a million rows of 6 single crochet, or as many as I can do in the next 8 minutes. Mallow Moon. No, I think we'll either go with like Melly June, because I think that sounds really cute to say, or Moon Moon. Because Moon Moon, again, super fun to say, and just yeah, really appropriate for the Clefairy / Clefable line. And I suppose the real question here is, do we name the evolutions, or do they just inherit the name of the original? I guess it depends on if we consider this to be a regular dex or a living dex, because like the difference for anyone who's wondering is with a living dex you need to have one of every Pokemon, even the evolutions. Not just like one Charmander that you've evolved into Charmeleon and then into Charizard, meaning that it's all the same Pokemon. A living dex means you have 3 different Pokemon, one at each stage of the evolution. So I guess we've never really discussed if this is meant to be a living dex or not, but I suppose I'm going to have one of every Pokemon, so we couldn't name them individually if we so chose. Moon Moon. Alright, I'll tell you what guys, I'm going to start a little poll. Just a really quick little poll. Cliff. And we've got a Nidoran on the keyboard. Moon Moon? Shulabin. I like Melly June. Add option. Alright, we've got living dex. Okay, cool. So you can name them all. And let's see. I'm just having a very quick look. Oh, sorry, anyone trying to see Tangela? I'm just scrolling back up and seeing people were looking. Mr. Bones made them for us earlier. Alright, I don't want to really like scroll any further up, so I guess we'll just do the 3. Alright. Oh wait, it needs another one now. I think I saw Moon Pie in the mix at some point. So we definitely like the moon thing. So you guys vote. And I'm gonna whip up the rest of this tail real quick. Oh, Moon Moon's off to a strong, just an aggressive lead right at the start. Oh, but it's dropping. It's dropping. We're down to 44% Moon Moon. I can't see what the others are. I can just see the Moon Moon. Oh, 36% Moon Moon. It is dropping. What's gaining favor? Alright. Alright. Living dex, fair enough. We can name each individual. Agreed. Okay, so that's the first little curve over. Of course, I should have thought of that. It's a living dex. I have a Charizard before I have a Charmeleon. That's happened to a few of them now. Like I've got Gengar, but no Ghastly or Haunter. I've got... What else do I have? I've got Parasect, but no Paris. Yeah, it's happened at least twice. Is Tangela short-sighted? No, I think... All the better to see you with, my dear. Okay, Moon Moon and Melly June, neck and neck. Oh no, I'm gonna have to remember these names, aren't I? Okay, I'm gonna start writing the names down. I'm gonna just leave that poll running until we call it. I'll finish the tail and pin the tail in place, which should give you a really strong idea of what this is gonna look like, and then I'll just have to make her wings and the undersides of her ears off stream. So you'll get a bit more of a surprise with the reveal from Clefairy. I'm going to give it a couple of days and see how many people end up coming to this stream, basically. And from there I'll decide if next week's stream is going to be Sunday or Monday. in any case, I am looking to like settle it down to a more permanent slot so people just can like know when and where I will be. Because I think there's just something nice to routine. I work better with some kind of structure. So I just work better when there's like a proper time frame. The fact that this is Sunday and not Monday is going to throw me off as well all week. Moon stabilizing the lead. Moon's at 39% on both my screens, so that's a pretty good indicator. All right, there we go. We're halfway around. I'm going to keep going. 7-minute warning. Oh, thank you very much. That's true, the runner-up absolutely could be Clefable's name. I'll try and make a note of it so that I remember that. Or I'll just give you guys the ability to vote to make Clefable next stream. And you can make it so that I don't have to remember it for the next 6 months, but I like that. So one can be one and one can be the other. So what you're voting for right now is the name of the Clefairy, and the first runner-up will be the name of the Clefable. One of the small round pink, I think we're running out of small round pink Pokemon, honey. In fact, I can't think of any others that there are in Gen 1 anyway. There's a few more coming up in other gens. In fact, Mana, to me, kind of looks like a sleeping fetal pig. But in like a floral way. I appreciate that you guys hope Sunday wins, but it's one of those things where if I ask on stream on Monday, if Monday is a good day to do this, they'll all say Monday. And if I ask on Sunday, you'll all say Sunday. It's one of those like, you got to acknowledge the bias of the people being asked to answer the question. Hi, all things crochet, you've arrived right at the very end. I'm just desperately stitching up a tail and I'm going to be leaving very, very shortly. Oh, Slowpoke, that's true. Oh, we could call Slowpoke Slowpoke. Okay, I feel guilty, particularly after I had such an adverse reaction to the idea of the Slowpoke tails getting eaten, but that made the Slowpoke made me hungry. I'm really glad that we're having dinner soon. Slowpoke is absolutely Gen 1. Oh, Moon is still at 35%. Like I said, I'm going to keep it running until like I finish making the tail here. Some of these tubes get completely out of hand, but this is what you got to do to get a nice rolled up tail. If you want to do it properly. There are ways to cheat it, but I like doing it properly. Okay, there we go. So we're around 1 full time. I forget how many times around we have to go, but it's probably a little bit more. But there we go. So that's going to be... Honestly, I might even stop there. That looks pretty good, right? I think the real one actually goes round a little bit more, but I think that would be too big in terms of scale. And I actually really like that. We won't do as big of a curl on the forehead, but that's the vibe. Cool. I think we're done with this tail. How many rows did I do? I have to count from all the way back here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. My drift took me around 2 full times. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And we'll finish off. Wigglytuff could totally be pork if we wanted. Jigglypuff is just jiggles. So I kind of thought Wigglytuff would be just wiggles. And we roll it up. And that's why we do a little ball at the start, so it doesn't just like vanish away into the nothing when we roll it up. It's got a nice curly presence. Shish kebab. And we stick it to the back. Okay, acknowledging that I haven't done the ear triangles, the face, or the head curl. This is where we are leaving our little Clefairy for today. And her name is... I'm waiting for the poll to finalize. And the name is... Oh, come on, guys. There we go. Moon Moon with 34% of the vote. Melly June with 31% of the vote. Melly June will be the name of our Clefable when we end up making her. But that is going to wrap us up for today. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. We made it to just over 6 hours. We made our Charizard and we got most of a Clefairy done. It's a bit of a poor harvest, but I'm very pleased with this Charizard. Look at it. It's actually pretty spectacular. I'm very... Sometimes you're allowed to impress yourself a little bit, and I've impressed myself with that guy. Her, I think I ran out of fairy dust, but like with the sewing, it'll all come together really nicely, I think. So I gotta go, but I will see you guys on Thursday. Don't forget on Thursday because there's a really good video coming out, and otherwise I will see you next week. Bye.